school, that is JSS, under the upgrade diploma in primary teacher education, that is UDPTE. Honorable Speaker, approximately 4 years ago, primary school teachers were advised to go back to college to upgrade their courses. Teachers who undertook the course, the 3-year diploma course, compressed into a 1-year program, paid a lot of money as school fees. Additionally, these teachers made several personal sacrifices, such as limiting time with their families and taking financial loans to achieve their academic requirements. Regrettably, these efforts have been unsuccessful, as teachers have not been observed in the junior secondary schools, neither has there been salary increment. Additionally, these teachers are yet to receive their diploma certificates upon completion of the 1-year course. Further, some of the teachers who upgraded their skills remain unemployed to date. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number 1, could a report be provided on the policy framework under which the Teacher Service Commission directed P1 teachers to upgrade their courses? Number 2, when will the said teachers receive certificates for the diploma course they pursued? Number 3, explain the reasons why the Teacher Service Commission is yet to prioritize and consider P1 teachers whom it advised to augment their education for observation as junior secondary school teachers. Number 4, what steps has the Teacher Service Commission taken to ensure that the P1 teachers who upgraded their education but are still out of employment, yet are in possession of the requisite skills and knowledge, are observed at the rightful job grades? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Education. Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the issues raised by the member are very weighty and they are very important. And I think we'll bring back a statement from the Teacher Service Commission in 2 weeks' time. Thank you.
Do you say when?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that the issues she has raised are very, very weighty and of national importance. We shall actually invite the Teacher Service Commission and I'll bring a comprehensive statement before the House in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks. So that. Honorable Monica Marubu, member for Lamu County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request a statement regarding the implementation of Hindi Magogoni Settlement Scheme, Phase 2, Lamu County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I like to request a statement from the chairperson, the Departmental Committee of Lands, regarding the issuance of title deeds for Hindi Magogoni Phase 2 Settlement Scheme, Lamu County. The Hindi Magogoni Settlement Scheme was established in 1978 with an objective of promoting sustainable agriculture in a coastal region. Despite the families having lived on the 16,000 acres of land for over 40 years, they are yet to receive title deeds. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, the villages of Mukoe, Belebele, Kalavu, Senambio, Magogoni, Kwasasi, Chomo, Mkondoni, Roka Baghdad, Roka A, Roka B, Bobo Raha, Bobo Sonkia, Msumarini, and Mvinjeni. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, the scheme has been marred by land disputes and has attracted land speculators, leaving hundreds of families in a state of uncertainties regarding their land's right, Honorable Speaker. The national government, in collaboration with the county government of Lamu, had completed a PDP plan number 108 of 2021, the physical plan envisioned to develop the area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson, the Departmental Committee on Lands, on the following. 1, could the chairperson explain why it has taken inordinately long for the team at the Ministry of Lands to conclude this exercise which squarely is a national government function as provided for in the Lands Act 2012, considering the affairs from the national government were facilitated by the county government to complete the survey work for issuance of the title deeds to a tune of 18 million. Number two, could the chairperson provide the timelines within which the issuance of these title deeds to the legitimate beneficiary of the Hind Settlement Scheme Phase 2 will be completed? And finally, Honorable Speaker, could the chairperson provide a list of the original beneficiaries of the 19,019 acres of land in the Hindi Magogoni Phase 1 settlement scheme? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman, Lands Committee. Wapi Nyamoko? Any member of the committee? Yes, Honorable Nyamai, can you bring a statement in 2 weeks?
Yes, on behalf of the chair, Honorable Speaker, we'll get a statement in 2 weeks. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Dawood, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, I want to refer you to my bill, Senate Bill 12 of 2023, the Livestock Prevention and Theft Bill.
Can we finish statements first before I give you an opportunity? Member for Ruiru, Simon Kingara. Go on, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to request for a statement regarding the collapse of Mebre Bridge in Oro Constituent. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the collapsed Mebre Bridge in Oro Constituent. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Mebre Bridge serves as critical link between the Eastern Bypass and the Thika Superhighway, functioning as the principal route connecting the residents of Biashala Ward, Katongora Ward, and Getodua Ward in rural constituency. In May 2024, Mr. Speaker, the bridge was swept away by France, severely disrupting the local transportation system. This had residents of Mebre area facing challenges in directly accessing their homes, as well as students going to the schools. The residents are now forced to make a 10-kilometer detour via Loiro to join the northern bypass in order to reach their homes and other facilities. The prolonged delay in constructing the bridge has caused significant inconvenience to the affected communities. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following, Mr. Speaker. The specific measures being put in place by the government to reconstruct the Mebre Bridge, including a detailed timeline of completion. Mr. Speaker, measures put in place to have temporary crossing solution, particularly to facilitate students accessing school in the area. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the reason for the inadvertent delay in the rebuilding of the bridge and the steps being taken to expedite reconstruction to avert further suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Transport and Infrastructure. Yes, Vice Chair. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not the Vice Chair, but a member of the committee. On behalf of our Chair who has just stepped out, I think having heard the question, we endeavor to present the response to this House and to the member in the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks it is. Thank you. I'll go back to papers. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Dindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers.
Before you do so, remember that I've called out this twice when you are not in the chamber, so you know what to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My apologies. I was making sure that members will have this report, so I was overseeing that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 6th August 2024, report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. For the last time, Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining. Honorable Cameron. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to also apologize for coming late. I was also preparing for the same. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 16 August 2024. The report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining on its consideration of the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order. We have two responses to statements. Yes. Dr. Mutunga on the statement by Honorable Geoffrey Ruku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to read the statement by on the request by Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, MP. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to starting under number 44.2c, the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, MP, requested for a statement on the 21st of March 2024 regarding the continued sale of Roundup by Mbeya East Africa Limited. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development responded as follows to the issues raised in that particular statement. Honorable Speaker, under the first question was, under what circumstances has Mbeya East Africa continued to sell Roundup in the country for use in weed control, despite the fact that Roundup, despite Roundup being scientifically linked to cancer? The response, Honorable Speaker, is that Roundup is a glyphosate-based product that has been widely used worldwide as a herbicide to control weeds for several decades. Honorable Speaker, the statement further reads that Mbeya East Africa has continued to sell Roundup in the country because it is registered and approved by the Pest Control Products Board for use as post-emergent systemic herbicide for the control of weed in various crops. Though Roundup and other glyphosates-based products have been linked to cancer, several organizations like the Pest Control Products Board, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and the World Health Organization have undertaken studies on glyphosate-based products. In 2019, PCBB and a team of scientists reviewed scientific studies on glyphosate and established that there was no evidence linking the glyphosate-based products to cancer in human beings. Honorable Speaker, in 2016, FAO and World Health Organizations undertook pesticide risk assessment of glyphosate-based products and established that glyphosate is unlikely to pose carcinogenic risk to the human beings. The second issue that Honorable Roko raised is what studies and findings are by East Africa documented and are submitted to the relevant government agencies on the effects of Roundup, including profiled cases of harmful exposure, the mitigation measures, and the compensation for extended, the compensation so far extended to victims of carcinogenic effects on the Roundup in Kenya. The response, Honorable Speaker, goes as follows. The assessment of human risk inquiries, identification, compilation, and integration of information on the health hazards of our chemical, human exposure to the chemical, and relationship among exposure, dose, and adverse effects. As with all pest and pest control products, Bayer East Africa Limited submitted scientific data packages supporting the quality and safety of Roundup as required by the law. The data packages included purity and impurity profile, identity, that is a chemistry, toxicology, which is acute and long-term studies, and which incorporated acute and long-term studies, the effects on the environment and the beneficial organisms, efficacy data, and also residual data. There have been no reported cases directly linking the use of glyphosate-based products to cancer in Kenya, based on the information provided to Pest Control Products Board by the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health is represented in the Pest Control Products Board of Directors as required by Section 5.2 of the Pest Control Products Board Act, CAP 346 of 1982, and in the Technical and Registration Committee of the board. The third issue that the Honorable Roko raised was why has the Pest Control Products Board not banned the use of Roundup in the country, and when does the government intend to act so as to protect Kenyans from the risk of cancer resulting from continued use or exposure to Roundup? Honorable Speaker, PCPB has registered and approved the use of Roundup as post-emergent systemic herbicide for the control of weeds in the country. The decision of not banning the use of Roundup was informed by the review of the scientific information on the glyphosate, which indicated that there is no evidence showing that continued use of Roundup exposes human beings to cancer when used according to the label instructions. Honorable Speaker, the government of Kenya, through PCPB, is committed to protecting Kenyans and the environment for posterity through science-based decision-making. PCPB will take appropriate measures as required by law if they get any new information on Roundup. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That is the response.
Thank you, Honorable Mutunga. Honorable Ruku.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I read the answer and also have listened to Honorable Mutunga. And Mr. Speaker, the manner in which this matter was taken by the Minister of Agriculture is extremely worrying. It is true, the evidence is there that the Bayer International has been fined by the government, by the United States of America justice administrative system of United States. And not only that, also Bayer International has been fined by some of the Europe nations, Germany included. And the same product are being traded in our country. And that's why the farming communities in part of the Republic of Kenya, we have seen a huge rise of cancer in where agriculture is a main form of economic activity. Mr. Speaker, I would propose that the Minister of Agriculture to appear in front of the Committee of Agriculture, and I be summoned so that I can come and table the evidence which I have, the scientific journals which I have to prove that whatever Bayer International or Bayer East Africa is selling in Kenya market as carcinogenic elements which are causing cancer in the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Mutunga and the member who filed the question. The Deputy Speaker brought a motion to this House, a petition rather, on the same issue. Mutunga, has it come to your committee? No, it goes to the Public Petitions Committee, alleging exactly the same things. I would advise Honorable Ruku that you go and prosecute your issue before the Committee on Public Petitions, so that when the outcome comes to the House, then you can further debate, and if you agree with the findings, whatever they will be, then we can follow up with implementation. Yes, Deputy Speaker. Give the Deputy Speaker. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I think on this issue of the petition on pesticide that I had placed, it was processed through the committee, and then the implementation has not been done. So we have on many occasions asked the chairperson, Honorable Wanjala, to follow up on it. So it's the committee on implementation are the ones who have failed to act. Thank you.
Is Raphael Wanjala in the House? Majority Leader Owen, can you bring it to the attention? Let me hear Bukose first.
Honorable Speaker, I had actually put on a point of order when I had the response from the Chair of Agriculture. And he did not go into mentioning issues about carcinogenic, because in many of the articles that have been written, lymphomas are said to be developed within 2 years of exposure of high doses of Roundup, which is a glycophosphate. Therefore, I think it would have been important if I think the person who gave him the response did not do proper research, and I would have said that that response was actually unsatisfactory, because it seems to be business-oriented or business-driven, and is not addressing the health issues as pertains to the issue which was raised by the member from Mbeere North. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I think we will just need, we need a I know as much as Honorable Angela should be able to respond about implementation, but I think this House needs a better response in terms of, because Kenyans continue on daily basis being exposed to this Roundup. And if we don't address it, then as a House, we'll actually be failing our responsibilities.
Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a comment on this matter. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to your deputy, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Boss, talking about this matter of agricultural chemicals causing cancer. And I've also listened to the response that has been brought by the Chair Agriculture. And also the kindness of the member from Mbeere, the Honorable Ruku, who almost said that he was not satisfied because he says that he would like to engage further. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like also to appeal to you that this matter of using agricultural products that are causing cancer to be handled with the urgency that it deserves. So I am raising, Honorable Speaker, to say that this is a matter that we cannot wait anymore. Our people are suffering, and we cannot wait any longer, Honorable Speaker. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Honorable Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer in male is a very serious killer. Mr. Speaker, we are an agricultural community, and the level of chemicals used in the sector, particularly on the potato growing area, is very high. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health should be in the forefront in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture in determining the kind of chemicals that are applied in our farms. Mr. Speaker, you realize this is not only causing cancer, it's also causing other illness within our community, like where I come from, Bori. Mr. Speaker, where there is very high usage of Roundup, Mr. Speaker, there is a very high level of miscarriage by our mothers. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the level of prevalence of cancer, particularly associated with throat cancer. Mr. Speaker, all what Mr. Loko has said is that these chemicals, Bayer chemicals, Mr. Speaker, should be banned from the market. Mr. Speaker, I join those who are advocating for the banning of those chemicals, and I ask that the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Health to move with speed so that they determine the magnitude of this problem. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, support this and request that action be taken. Thank you.
Chairman of the committee, Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you.
The Deputy Speaker has something to say first.
Okay.
Take your seat. Yes, the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry that I have taken a second bite at this topic, but it's something that's very dear to my heart. I think the issue of pesticides, or even Roundup, as he says, is a big problem in the country. It is known by all levels of government, the challenge. There has been a document called the Pesticide Atlas that was developed by 20 scientists from the University of Nairobi. It has been confirmed that 267 pesticides that are banned in Europe and America are in use in Kenya. The Pest Products Control Board is the one that is supposed to make the list of approved pesticides. Those banned pesticides are still on our list. So the offenders here now are the Pest Products Control Board members. I have written a petition requesting for their removal from office to the Agriculture Minister because they have failed and endangered Kenyans' lives. Also, some of those products, like you said, Roundup. In fact, Roundup is no longer called Roundup. Roundup is now still being sold with the same ingredients, but with a different trade name in Kenya as we speak. In fact, the biggest case that was in the United States, the courts there awarded a farmer who had developed cancer as a result of using Roundup, and he was paid $250 million 20 years ago. That is how seriously it is taken in the US. Unfortunately for us, the United States under Doe companies and Bayer under Europe are allowed by their countries to manufacture the pesticides, but not for use in their country, but for export to a country that is careless and foolish enough to admit them. And Kenya is one of those countries. So the failure here, and that is why when I asked Honorable Wanjala why he has not acted on my petition as recommended by the Health Committee, because the resolution on my petition by the Health Committee said that the Pest Products Control Board should take measures to remove the products from the market. They have failed to do so. So the Implementation Committee should actually summon the Pest Products Control Board. They should summon the Minister of Agriculture. But the issue here is the people who are being fought, the agrochemical companies, are extremely powerful. During the time when I was rallying the country against these products, I was threatened with death. So it is big money. And if we don't act as parliament, we continue to kill our people because it is confirmed that they cause cancer and other non-communicable diseases. And when you talk to the pest, I did visit the Pest Products Control Board. I went to their offices and begged them and told them, please remove these products off the market. What they said to me is that they need to do more research. And I asked them that you do not require to do extra research because when something has already been put in a peer-reviewed medical journal, it is a notice to all doctors across the world. Similarly, and I gave them the example of certain cough syrups were said to cause chest problems for children. The Pharmaceutical Board of Kenya did not do another research. They simply stopped dispensing that medicine. Similarly, when certain hormone replacement therapies were found to cause cervical cancer and breast cancer on women, the gynecologists of Kenya stopped prescribing it. They did not do more research. So I beg the members of parliament to take this more seriously, because in as much as we are trying to invest in cancer treatment, we are also allowing the cancer to come in. And these countries have us where they want. They sell us the cancer-causing pesticides, and then they sell us the cancer drugs to treat our people and the equipment for treating them. So it is actually Parliament that has failed the people of Kenya. The Minister of Agriculture has failed the people of Kenya. And I have informed him, the former minister. I have also the Pest Products Control Board are the biggest criminals in this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and Parliament must set up on this issue.
Yes, Ruku.
Mr. Speaker, this House has failed the people.
Order, members. Order. Members on their feet, take your seats. You can engage while seated. You don't have to. Take your seats and lower the conversation levels. Ruku?
Mr. Speaker, when I read the statement, I was almost crying. To the extent which
that is not what you say. That's not what you said a few minutes ago.
Yes.
But go on.
I want to echo what Deputy Speaker said, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Agriculture has failed totally to take that request for statement seriously. And I want to beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to use the powers of this seat to ensure the Minister of Agriculture and all the bodies who are responsible as far as the pesticide control is concerned in the Republic of Kenya, to ensure that Kenyans will not continue suffering when we have institutions which are supposed to take care of them, that via East Africa may be stopped with immediate effect the sale of Roundup and any other chemical or pesticide which is causing cancer to the majority of the people who are in farming, whether in potatoes, whether in coffee, whether in tea, whether in mogoka, all the crops which are using Roundup. Mr. Speaker, they are affecting even the fishery, because there is scientific evidence that when you spray Roundup in the soil, when it rains, it finds its way into our rivers, it finds its way into our lakes, and even the fish farming is affected by this chemical. I think, Mr. Speaker, we cannot admit that report. I pray that the committee do a good job. The committee must be able to do a good job and prevent the people of the Republic of Kenya. The government of Kenya is using a lot of money in treatment of cancer. We have seen even the treatment of cancer has become a touristic activity, where many Kenyans are going to India and other countries in the hope of
You've
getting
made your
treated.
point.
Mr. Speaker, we take this matter very seriously. Thank you.
Women Rep Nairobi on the same issue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, I was in the Health Committee, and Honourable Gladys, our Deputy Speaker, Gladys Cholet, came to actually talk to us about the dangers of pesticides to our food and the continued use of them and how they impact our health. We are what we eat. We are eating to die, not to live, if we continue having these products in the market. I mean, you hear countries that have products that they discover are not good being recalled and being removed from all the shelves. It's such a shame that we're discussing this thing and the people who trade in these products have such impunity. I think this is not just the agriculture committee or ministry. This is health, this is agriculture, this is also economic trade. We cannot trade with harmful products in our country that continue to harm our people. So I think it's important that we have a multi-sectoral approach to this, and we ensure that we also do a lot of civic education so that the public out there knows that these products that they're using in their farms will not be able to actually help them in the long term. It actually could end up killing them and killing future generations, because once it's in the soil, we did a study at the Pan-African Parliament on soil management, and that's a model law that we're coming up with. You find that some of these products that we're putting in our soil will take generations for us to actually get our soil back to its standard. So I think it's important that we really take this seriously. We educate the public that these products really should be removed from the shelves. No one should buy them. And I really hope that the Gen Zs are listening, because really they're the young generation that are going to be eating these products as well. And if us, we've already if most of the generation, the millennials right now in the fossils, have already gotten cancer because of consuming contaminated foods, we don't want the Gen Zs and the next generation to actually follow suit. So it's important for us as government to really take this serious. Pesticides are killing us. They're eroding our soil, and now we are eating to die, not to live. So I really pray that we will have a solution that actually safeguards. And we should also be looking for compensation. Most of these companies are rich companies, and they've exploited Africa. These products are banned in other European countries. They are actually dumping them to us at low cost prices. People are making astronomical profits. I really believe that heads should turn, and we should be begging for compensation for the people that have gotten cancer in our country because of consuming foods that have been grown with these products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze pia kuunga dada yangu Mheshimiwa Gladys Cholet. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, kina mama wengi wanaugua, na hata si kina mama, Kenya watu wengi sana wanaugua magonjwa ya saratani kwa sababu ya yale madawa ambayo yanatumiwa katika mashamba yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na sisi tusipokuwa makini Mheshimiwa Spika, hospitali zetu zitajaa kila siku wagonjwa wa kansa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri kuwa kuna watu wamejitokeza kwa kutaka kuweza kuvuna haraka haraka. Mheshimiwa Spika, wanatumia madawa ambayo yanaingizwa hapa kinyume na sheria. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuweza kunyunyizia mimea ndani ya mashamba. Mheshimiwa Spika, na inakuwa inadhuru sana wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi naomba, dada yangu Mheshimiwa Cholet amezungumza, na ilikuwa mjadala tulivyoanza bunge, nakumbuka akileta, naomba tuweze kumpa support, tuweze kuweka taifa ambalo litakuwa huru na maradhi ya kansa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kuweza kupigia pondo huu mjadala na kuhakikisha kuwa tunaweka sheria haya madawa yanayotolewa mataifa mengine yakiletwa hapa Kenya kuweza kunyunyizia mashamba yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuweze kuyapinga na kuweza kuyazuia. Mheshimiwa Spika, na wale ambao wanaleta pia wachukuliwe hatua, waweze kufungwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana dadangu Cholet, umekumbuka kina mama wengi wanalia, hatujui nini ilikuwa inatuuma. Ukiingia ndani ya mabucha wakati mwingine unapata hata kuku anadungwa zile sindani zile. Kuku alikuwa mwembamba anafura. Mheshimiwa Spika, mtu anaenjoy lakini hajui anakula kitu gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi nakusupport na nasema huu mjadala na hiyo bili yako iweze kupita na iwe sheria. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Dr. Mutunga, you can hear the outrage. It clearly points. Take your seat, Dr. Mutunga, shortly. Dr. Mutunga, Order, honorable members. Order. Order, members. Dr. Mutunga, go ahead. Give him the mic.
Honourable Speaker, I have heard my colleagues speak on this particular issue. And Honourable Speaker, when we got this request for statement from the Honourable Broko, we forwarded the request to the ministry. We did not ask the ministry to come to us so that we may ask straight questions on the details. Honourable Speaker, according to this statement, the safety control is by the PCPB, Pest Control Products Board. And the Pest Control Products Board has got membership from the Ministry of Health, besides those who are engaged in checking out what comes into Kenya and what is used here. Honourable Speaker, most of the pesticides and the herbicides, and the Roundup is a herbicide, it's not a pesticide. It's not supposed to kill the pests. It's supposed to kill weeds. It's therefore supposed to kill the plants. Most of them are dangerous. And on the level, on the branding of most herbicides and pesticides, those that are dangerous are labeled. There is a label that is put on top of that, on the branding. And then there is the need for safe use of pesticides and herbicides. There is a prescription, Honourable Speaker, on even how somebody should be dressed. There's a protective kit that is invented to protect people as they use these pesticides and herbicides.
Dr. Mutunga.
Honourable Speaker, I just want to conclude by saying this. It is sad that we could have pesticides or herbicides in this country that are carcinogenic. This report says glyphosates are not carcinogenic. In case there is no report. But I'm happy to hear that my colleague, Honourable Broko, has evidence. I'm also very happy to hear that there are refereed journals which have cited the dangers in some of the glyphosates. Honourable Speaker, I'll be very happy if you could form a joint committee. And this joint committee should have the Ministry of Health, the Health Committee, the Committee on Agriculture, and the Committee on petitions, so that we can ask straight questions on what kind of evidence do they have, and then present the evidence that we have as members of Parliament in order to protect the Kenyans. Honourable Speaker, we should not take the fact that people did not protect themselves as an answer. What we should take is that, is there any evidence that it is causing cancer in our midst? And is there evidence that is actually banned in those other countries? And if it is, Honourable Speaker, we should propose strongly that it is banned in this particular country. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Mutunga, the Deputy Speaker has clearly articulated this issue. She brought a petition. The outcome was positive. She's quoted international academic intellectual journals to that effect. We also know as a fact that these chemicals are not sold in the countries that manufacture them. So you can't ask for any further evidence. Just get to the agencies of government that allow these chemicals to come in, including Kenya Bureau of Standards and the other agencies, so that you engage them and bring back a very comprehensive report after the recess that is coming in 2 weeks, so that we can be, as a House, be able to assist the people you represent. You've heard Rindikiri from your region saying what he said, and many other members. So get down to business, get the Committee of Implementation, look at the report from the Petitions Committee, and you'll bring the response after the next recess. Honorable members, yes, Ruku?
I request, Mr. Speaker, I be invited to that committee so that I can table the evidence which I have. Thank you.
Even if you are not invited, go there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following. I don't know if they are still in the gallery, in the public gallery. AIC Messis Primary School from Keses was in Gishu. St. Joseph's International Science School from Ainamoi was in Gishu. Galma Primary School, Garsen, Tana River. Chebanganga Secondary School from Konoin, Bomet. Kataret JSS from Chepalungu, Bomet. If they have already left, we still welcome them nonetheless. They have been in our gallery. Honorable members, also seated in the Speaker's gallery are students from Stare Boys Center and School. The students are in Parliament for a period of 2 weeks on a voluntary service scheme. This gives the young men an opportunity to give back to the community by providing voluntary service to various organizations during the school holidays. On my behalf and on behalf of the National Assembly, I welcome those students to Parliament and wish them a positive experience in their service to the nation. You may take your seats, students. Next order. Yeah? Yes. Yes, we have another. Tongoyo, are you ready with the statement on security? Go ahead. This is a statement requested by the Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as you had already said, Honorable Speaker, this is a response to a statement by Member of Parliament for Kathiani constituency regarding the issues of the national PISRA, National Security Regulatory Authority. And the Honorable Member had sought to be about 6 issues. And I quickly just want to, for the purposes of record, 1, the member wanted to know the constitutionality of the legal notice issued by the Private Security Regulatory Authority on 10th June 2024 relating to the minimum wage. 2, the step which will be taken to revoke the legal notice if found illegality issued and the measures put in place to ensure adherence with the relevant laws while exercising the said directive. 3, the details of the process leading to the determination of minimum wage. 4, whether the powers and the function of the Private Security Regulatory Authority under Section 9 of the Private Security Regulatory Authority Act 2016 also include setting the minimum wage, and whether the powers vested in the authority under Section 32 contemplate non-compliance with the minimum wage as a ground for cancellation of certificate of registration or registration of the security firms. And of course, the reason for failure by the authority to resubmit revised regulations envisaged under the Private Security Regulatory Authority Act 2016. Honorable Speaker, and I want to respond as follows. 1, Honorable Speaker, on 10th June 2024, the Private Security Regulatory Authority issued a public notice published as legal notice number PSRA 002-2024, directing all private security services provided users, prospective users, and representative of the users for the private security services to submit to it legal commitment to comply with a set minimum wage for private security guards. The said legal notice has been a subject of court cases, namely Nairobi ELRC GRE 043/2023, Protective and Safety Association of Kenya versus Private Security Regulatory Authority, and Vazul Muhammad, and 3 others, and Nairobi ELRC petition number E011-2024, John Kipkorir and Private Security Regulatory Authority, and 4 others. The principle of sub judice sub judice militates against commenting on the issues at hand. It suffices to state that what the authority issued as a notice was not supposed to be strictly interpreted as a legal notice, but an administrative action to guide for the industry players. This was an ordinary public notice intended to be acted upon by affecting parties. The form of impungent notice should not be interpreted so as to negate its intention, which was clear to all parties concerned. Honorable Speaker, should the court find that the said notice is illegal, it will automatically lose its validity, rendering it null and void. No further action on the part of the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration will be needed. Question number 3. On question number 3, Honorable Speaker, under the Labor Institution Act 2007, wage councils are responsible for recommending to the Cabinet Secretary for Labor the minimum wage payable to workers and their conditions of employment. Wage councils are tripartite bodies comprising workers, employers, and independent experts. The National Labor Board, which is a creature of the Act, is entrusted with the responsibility of advising the Cabinet Secretary for Labor on appointment of the Wage Council. Once the Wage Council makes the recommendation on the minimum wage and the condition of employment, the Cabinet Secretary may approve the same, after which a wage order is issued through the Kenya Gazette. What the authority did, Mr. Speaker, was not to determine the minimum wage for private security guards, but interpret the relevant wage order, which is the Regulation of Wages, Amendment Order 2022, Legal Notice Number 125 of 1st July 2022, as issued by the Cabinet Secretary for Labor. The order came into effect on 1st May 2022 and was the basis for arriving at the contested figures. Regarding question number 4, Honorable Speaker, as noticed above, the power and responsibility of setting the minimum wage is vested upon the Minister for Labor after recommendation of the Wage Council. Under the said section, the authority is mandated to provide and set standards that ensure compliance with the minimum wage regulation. The authority acted in accordance with the section when it required employers of the private security guards to give legal commitment that they will pay them the minimum wage as per the said wage order. In the process of setting minimum wage, the authority is a stakeholder and may make a recommendation to the Wage Council. These recommendations are to be considered alongside those of other many industry players. The Ministry of Interior and National Administration and as the Salary and Remuneration Commission has no role to play in the determination of wage for the private security guard. Their role, if any, are limited to state public offices. On the last, number 5, Honorable Speaker, under Section 32 of the Act, the authority is mandated to prescribe condition when issuing certificates of registration. An example of the condition is compliance with the minimum wage. Should it be breached, it will be granted for cancellation of the certificate of registration. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the statement, the previous regulation, that is Private Security Regulation 2019, were annulled by the National Assembly because no effective public participation was, and I hope the Honorable Member Robert is listening, public participation was done. The authority was developed new regulation which are currently undergoing public participation. This process has been hampered by lack of funds, hence the delay in submitting them. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the authority did its best to interpret the said wage order. The commitment to pay the minimum wage was within the law. The public notice issued should not be interpreted as a legal notice in a strict sense of the word. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Dr. Raibon Omolo. Honorable Speaker, kindly, just for a minute, before maybe the member responded, just I want to add one or two things. Honorable Speaker, for clarity, the minimum wage is defined as a minimum and amount of remuneration that an employer is required to pay wage earners for their work performed during a given period of time. And of course, it has the statement has gone ahead to clearly state that in this category, in the private sector, the Wage Council establishes the said in Section 43. And Honorable Speaker, they are stated, for record, in the said, Honorable Speaker, in the said legal notice, it clearly states the minimum payable wage stated for the day watchman and the night watchman, and it is clearly stated that the day watchman is 15,201, the other one is 16,417, not including the basic, not including the house allowances, which are calculated according to the provided laws. And of course, not also including overtime. So I want to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui, you are satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, I am not satisfied. Mr. Speaker, there is that report, Mr. Speaker, and the response, in my opinion, they are very economical with the truth, Mr. Speaker. There are three issues that I've picked out from the response. The first one is when they argue that what the authority issued as a notice was not supposed to be strictly interpreted as a legal notice, but an administrative action to guide industry players. Mr. Speaker, why I have a problem with that is because it is actually published in the Kenya Gazette as a legal notice number PSRA 002-2024. So when they argue that it was not strictly a legal notice, they're just being economical with the truth. And Mr. Speaker, they also must realize that the Statutory Instruments Act defines that every legislation which has a full effect of law must come through the House. So, Mr. Speaker, what they have done is implemented a program and given it out there, published it in the Kenya Gazette, and Kenyans have already been made to start to follow it when it hasn't gone through the House. Mr. Speaker, secondly, they've also said that, he's also said that, because my question was whether they have a right to determine the minimum wage without, the following, discussing this with the Ministry of Labor. And Mr. Speaker, what they have said is that they did follow, the authorities supposedly followed the regulations of wages, General Amendments Order number of 2022, legal notice number 125 of 1st July 2022 as issued by the Cabinet Secretary. But Mr. Speaker, the figures that have been put in their legal notice are totally different from the figures that were given by the Ministry of Labor on minimum wage. So that again is also not exactly the truth. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they have also avoided to come to the Committee of Delegated Legislation because they were supposed to bring regulations. The argument, Mr. Speaker, that they have given is that they did not have funds for public participation. Mr. Speaker, the committee has constantly invited them. And if they had a problem of funds, they would have come to the committee and explained their problem so that they're given an extension of time. But Mr. Speaker, they found it easier to ignore the committee and then implement the regulation with complete disregard for the rule of law, complete disregard even for the Constitution, because, of course, Constitution Article 94 is clear that no authority, nobody has the ability and the power to make anything with the force of law except Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that what they have done is wrong, and they needed to have just withdrawn that legal notice so that we can start the discussions when the legal notice is not in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chepkonga.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to take this opportunity to thank the chair for bringing the response to the question asked by the Honorable Mbui, who is a member of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has exercised the Committee of Delegation. I have listened very carefully to what the Chair of Security has said. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have a serious departure from what he has said. He's my very good friend. But on this matter, it is very clear in the Statutory Instruments Act what a legal notice is, what a guideline is. It is a statutory instrument. The Private Securities Regulation Authority has no business seeking to implement the order issued by the Minister of Labor when they themselves, they are resident in the Ministry of Interior. No one has ever appointed them to implement minimum wage, which is supposed to be implemented by the Ministry of Labor. That is within the purview and jurisdiction of a different authority, Mr. Speaker. Yes. So for us to be told that we were just issuing a notice, some guideline that has already been issued, it is not their business. The substantive act itself does not give them that power to regulate wages. Mr. Speaker, we've written to the PS, we have written to the minister, and we have told them in no uncertain terms that these are regulations, they must bring them to the House. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the regulations were nullified by the last Parliament. And the law, the chairman should be careful on this. The law is very clear. They are supposed to bring regulations within 1 year of the promulgation of the act. Now, this act has been in existence for the last 4 years. They themselves, they are in contravention of the law. So for them to purport and to pretend that they are trying to implement the law when they have not brought the regulation which is required within the statute itself. The third thing, Mr. Speaker, that has caused confusion is the naming of the act itself. It is called Private Securities Regulations Act. These are not regulations, these are substantial. In fact, I want to ask the chair to move an amendment to remove the word regulations, because regulations are supposed to be made pursuant to the sections that are contained in that act itself. Because it is inconceivable that an act of parliament is also a regulation. So we expect a better response from the ministry than this. What they are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, is gerrymandering. They are not responding to the issues that were raised by the Honorable Mbui. And we have told the CS and the PS that they must bring these regulations. Fortunately enough, Mr. Speaker, the person who was a problem in the regulatory authority has been removed by a fluxion of time. And so we want to thank his removal. In any event, it's just been a problem. It's just been a problem to this sector. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing the court needs to pronounce itself on. The regulations are a nullity in themselves. There is nothing to discuss. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have keenly listened to the statement by the chair, and I think the statement itself is misleading, because what PSRA claims is that they have done administrative action and not a legal notice. However, the legal notice was published by Kenya Gazette, through Kenya Gazette, by the government printer. And so it cannot be an administrative action. But the most important part is that the regulations that are being cited and being implemented by the Private Security Regulatory Authority is one that has been annulled by the 12th Parliament. There are new regulations that are now in the works and in the process that have not even come to our committee of delegated. That means what they are implementing is an illegality, and they are causing a lot of despondency in the industry. My advice to Kenyans all stakeholders in the security industry is that the regulations being implemented by the private security regulatory authority is null and void, and that they should not be cheating Kenyans that they are doing something which is legal. It's not legal, it's illegal. Because this House has not approved. The minimum wages are published by the Ministry of Labor. PSRA has no role or mandate whatsoever to get involved on matters minimum wage. Their work is to implement what has been set by the Ministry of Labor. Now it's the other way around. They want to set minimum wage and they want to implement. And that is not their mandate or their role. And I call upon the PSRA, and I want to acknowledge the chairman's resolve that this thing requires all stakeholders to get involved so that we have a regulation that is a win-win both for the employers and the employees. As it stands now, those regulations are not in force and are an illegality. And PSRA should stop harassing and interfering with the work of private security firms in the country. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo, you've had the chair of delegated legislation, you've had Mbui, you've had Bashir. I would direct you that you relook at the statement. Certainly that body on its own has no authority in law to promulgate what looks like regulations. Those regulations must come to this House. There is no other body in this country with legislative powers other than Parliament, which is National Assembly and Senate, and county assemblies. Nobody else. In whatever office, whatever they do must be subjected to this House to become regulations and have a force of law. So you follow it up. Yes, Raso? Yes. Honorable Raso, take your seat, let him finish. Let me listen to this first.
Speaker, I think, kindly, Mike, on your direction, directive well guided. And in fact, you must have noted, Honorable Speaker, that we have been in conversation with the chair of delegated legislation. And I think that is the spirit. But having said this, Honorable Speaker, I think, Honorable Speaker, the big issue here, on record, I think there has been an issue of licenses cancelled, cancellation of some licenses of some players, about 9 in number. Actually, when you were interviewing the CS, I think that question came up. For record purposes, and I've got even actually the certificate, those 9 has been reinstated. The minister reinstated them, so I want to be on record that those licenses have been reinstated. And I think on the other issue, we are going to do as guided by you yourself. Thank you.
So,
thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have guided on what should be done. But looking at what the chairman has presented in form of a response from Honorable Mbui, I think the first thing is anything to do with labor, it has to be canvassed. It is a two-sided thing, to protect the company and also to protect the individuals who are in that particular labor force. Secondly, as you rightly said, Article 94, Sub-Article 5, clearly says nothing will have the force of law unless it is by this House. Thirdly, when we look at this particular organization, private security, yes, it is a new organization, even if it is 4 years, but it cannot work on its own. It has to work with the Ministry of Labor so that individuals working in those organizations are duly protected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongo, you follow up that, and at some point you will be required to report back to the House what steps you have taken and guidance to this body that if they want to make any regulations, they must follow the procedure and bring them to the House. Yes, Mwenje?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on the same standing order 44. Honorable Speaker, I've had a chance to talk with the chair of Security Committee. If you remember last week, I'd raised a statement regarding a child who was shot in my constituency. The chair has advised that I think the response is not ready. Perhaps he can be willing to just commit maybe tomorrow or the day after, because my constituents are actually on TV watching. So it would be nice if you would respond. But Honorable Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'd also request the chair, in Nairobi constituency chair, Honorable Speaker, we had 4 fires in 4 markets, which is an issue of concern. We had in Toi Market, we had in Umoja 2, we had in Mathare, and somewhere in Kawangware.
Honorable Mwenje, you'll do the House and yourself a very, very good thing if you file even a question under private notice, which we can allow you to make a request on the floor even the same day. But when now you just ambush us with a speech coming in the guise of a point of order, it's not fair even to the chairman that you are directing. Go and file a question by private notice. I'll allow you to bring it tomorrow. We all feel for Kenyans who died in infernos in Nairobi and elsewhere.
Most obliged, Honorable Speaker, I'll do that. Thank you.
And for Tongoyo, the issue of the child who was shot, can you bring the statement on Thursday?
I think, Honorable Speaker, what the member was alluding to, I think the major concern was the child is doing well. He's actually supposed to be discharged from the hospital. The problem was the pending bill in KNH. And I had managed to talk to the Ministry of the PS, and we are trying to look into ways of helping the, yeah.
And do so, that's good enough. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report on consideration of the audited accounts of specified state corporations. Question to be put.
Honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Order, Honorable, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the second report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Kenya Medical Training College for financial years 2017-2018 to 2020-2021, the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital for financial year 2019-2020, the Kenya Medical Research Institute for financial year 2012-2013 and 2013-2014, the Kenya Medical Laboratory Technicians and Technologies Board for financial years 2014-2015 to 2020-2021, and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council for financial years 2017-2018 to 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 22nd February 2024. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, nominees to 4 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees.
Chairperson, Select Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, Musa Sirma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 4 constituencies committee laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 1st of August, 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of the nominees for appointment to the following 4 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 1, Webuye constituency. David Lutali Sakari, representative of persons living with disability. He has been appointed pursuant to section 43(2)D. The second one is Isiolo South constituency. Wako Abdi Wako, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to section 43(2)B. Nandi Hills constituency, Henry Kirwa Mutai, representative of person living with disability, appointment pursuant to section 43(2)D. Mumias East constituency, Joseph Owino Odero, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to section 43(2)B, and Philip Muyei Wanga, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to 43(2)B. Mr. Speaker, before I beg to move that for adoption, Mr. Speaker, I have an issue which is very pertinent to members of Parliament, and this is on the procedure of how members of this committee are going to be nominated in future, and we have had problems with it, Mr. Speaker. We have been sending the names to the board, who subsequently send them to the economic planning, and then after that to the Attorney General before going to the government printer. Honorable Speaker, there's a slight change to this procedure that pursuant to section, to circular reference OP cabinet .9/1A dated 25th, 2022, subject to guidelines and procedures for appointment of chairpersons, board members, and chief executive officers of state corporations and other bodies. The names now require express approval of the Office of the Head of Public Service prior to gazettement. It is in line with this circular. The names appointees of National Government Constituency Development Fund committees are now submitted to the Head of Public Service for approval before they are gazetted by the government printers. The 2022-2023 gazettements were, however, not affected by these guidelines. Madam Speaker, the first constituency to be affected by this circular was Tiati constituency. The board had received a request for replacement of the member which was gazetted via Gazette Notice 1284 of January 15, 2024. The other constituencies to be affected by the circular are Gatanga and Nyeri town. The names of appointees to the NGCDF committees for these 2 constituencies are still pending. And Mr. Speaker, I managed to talk to the head of government printer, Mr. Hassan, and I asked him to give me the regulations which has changed this, which has changed the gazettement. And he told me that he was told by word of mouth that he just needs to send them to the Head of Public Service. Honorable Speaker, the terms of the committee members for all 290 constituencies will come to an end at various dates in the late 2024 and early 2025. In the meantime, the board will continue receiving requests for replacement due to various issues, with key reasons being the death and resignation of members. We fear that this procedure of names requiring express approval of the Office of the Head of Public Service prior to gazettement will derail the workings of the constituency. Honorable Speaker, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee, therefore, is requesting for an exemption for the NGCDF board from submitting the names of appointees to NGCDF committees to the Office of the Head of Public Service for approval, because it is going to delay and we may not get the names within the time. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that we approve the names. Honorable Murugara to second.
Okay, Honorable Murugara, you can second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to second the motion by the chairperson of the NGCDF committee and point out a few issues that are very pertinent as far as this is concerned. While the proposals for replacement are agreeable to the House, we have been told about a letter by the head of public service which seems to rely on the State Corporations Act to ask for the chairpersons of the constituency NGCDF committees to be approved by him. May I draw the attention of the head of public service that NGCDF is not subject to the State Corporations Act. NGCDF is an act sui generis, which means it stands on its own. It is executed by a board appointed under that act, and it executes its work from the beginning to the end. Therefore, head of public service has no power to ask for those names to be submitted to him for approval because it is not subject to the State Corporations Act, which takes care of parastatals. May I also point out that that circular appears to be a statutory instrument. It actually tries to enforce some law, which law we are not told which one it is. If it is a statutory instrument, it must come to this House for validation. If it does not come to this House, it's null and void. Alternatively, this House can call for that instrument to quash it. Finally, let me say, delays, especially in gazettement, would defeat the very essence and the purpose of the NGCDF Act. We require that these committees, as soon as they are submitted, they should be gazetted by the CEO of the NGCDF board. Once that is done, then we move on to implement the act. My position remains, it is the board that is supposed to gazette. With those remarks, I beg to second.
Okay, honorable members, I think there are a few members who wanted to contribute. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 4 constituency committees laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 1st August 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act of 2015 and paragraphs 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations of 2016 approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the following 4 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Webuye West Constituency, David Lutali Sakari, representative of persons living with disabilities. Isiolo South Constituency, Wako Abdi Wako, male adult representative. Nandi Hills Constituency, Henry Kirwa Mutai, representative of persons living with disabilities. Mumias East Constituency, Joseph Owino Odero, who is a male adult representative. And Philip Munyenyi Wanga, male adult representative. Yes, the honorable member for Nyeri Town, Honorable Maina Mathenge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on gazettement, and especially gazettement of the NGCDF members, and especially the suggestion by the chair, or the recommendation by the chair, about the exemption of the submission for approval of the names of the nominees to the Head of Public Service. Honorable Chair, Nyeri Town constituency presented the names of the nominee for women way back at the beginning of 2023. I think it was in February or March. To date, this nominee has never been gazetted, despite being passed by this House. And Honorable Speaker, in the course of the carrying out of the internal audit, Nyeri Town constituency was flagged as having an issue because the NGCDF committee was not fully constituted in the absence of the gazettement of this member who represents women. The women constituency in Nyeri Town is very unhappy with me as their member of parliament, apparently because their representative has never been gazetted. Yet, we seem to have a loophole that has been exploited that is not provided for in law through a circular. Honorable Speaker, the members of the NGCDF committee largely are volunteers, people who are willing to devote their time, their resources, their energy, their intellect to assist the community develop. If the local stakeholders have found a person fit to serve in that capacity, this person has volunteered. What is this bureaucracy around their appointment and gazettement? And the fact that then we have found to attract audit queries that there is a risk of the stakeholders' interests not being taken care of in the course of development. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I seek that this House adopts the resolution for the exemption of the presentation of the names of the NGCDF committee members once this House has approved. And Honorable Speaker, we have spoken about judicial overreach. Are we also seeing other positions in government that also are trying to overreach in terms of the mandate of this House, in terms of the approval and the subsequent steps? Honorable Speaker, I support.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me sincerely thank the chair of the CDF Select Committee for picking out this, honestly speaking, an irregular, illegal, and unwarranted interference in the implementation of an act of parliament that has got nothing completely to do with the office, the head of public service. Honorable Speaker, when the amendments came to entrench the office of public service, we warned the members here that we are creating a creature that is going to consume us and eat us in course of due time. Honorable Speaker, my colleagues the other side, they never saw it. But we must see, I want to tell them today, now they have seen what it means to create an office that is unconstitutional and has got no mandate at all. Honorable Speaker, we need to call out the head of public service. NGCDF is not a state corporation. NGCDF is not a saga. NGCDF is an entity created by an act of parliament that stipulates clearly the procedure to be followed in the appointment of the members of the CDFC committee and their procedure for their removal, their gazettement, and the rest. We must call to order that we must stop this excitement, we must stop this stretching of executive powers beyond what's provided for in the Constitution. It is the people on the ground who know these people. The head of civil service cannot purport to again do another vetting or another approval process. For what purpose, Honorable Speaker? Why does he want to get involved in very petty small issues in the villages? There are more bigger issues at the national level, instead of wasting time hampering the delivery of services to the wananchi of Kenya. I will therefore ask, as Sir George has clearly said, that particular instruction, that particular circular, if any, should be ignored with the contempt it deserves, because it has no form of law, it has got no rule, it has no force of law is just an overreaction and a general an excitement for something that has not happened. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion and the request by the chair that that particular appointment should not be controlled by the dictates of the head of public service. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Nandi Hills, because I see you are affected.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I would like to also appreciate that the name of one of the nominees, Henry Kirwa Mutai, who was replacing one of the PWDs, or persons enabled differently, whom we lost. And it's taken quite a long while, Madam Speaker, for these names to appear here. And it's quite sad that then it might take almost another 6 months for it to be gazetted because of the aspect of that it has to go through the approval in the office of the head of public service. I think that's quite unfortunate. And Madam Speaker, the particular nominee was in the selection process. These are officers who are picked from the various corners of the constituency because the constituency is wide. And to get a nominee here who takes almost a year to be approved, I think is quite unfortunate because of the overreach by some executive officers, like now this one of the head of public service. I think we need to make it clear and make this process a bit easy.
What is your point of order, Honorable Pukose?
Madam Speaker, when I listened to the chair of the CDF moving this motion, he stated it very clearly that it was verbal, and it was a verbal directive which he had, and therefore he did not produce any document to show that the head of public service has actually given that directive. And I think it will not be good for us to accuse the head of public service here for something that we don't have evidence. And when you listen to the member for Nandi Hills, he's saying his list went through the head of public service, when we know very clearly this list has been sent from the board to here. It has the suggestion or the issue which was being raised by the chair of CDF was that there is a proposal which is verbal, that after Parliament has approved, the list goes to the CDF board, then from CDF board to the head office of the head of public service, then it can be gazetted. So I think we are kind of twisting it, and I would want us to avoid this issue of accusing the head of public service when we do not have a clear directive, we do not have any memo, we do not have any notice that has come from his office. Therefore, I think as a House, we will not be doing justice to the head of public service.
Well.
Okay, you have a point of order also? Honorable Owen, do you have a point of order? Or I let him finish first? Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much. Our standing orders are very clear that not even a newspaper that is written can be admissible as part of evidence in this House. So when we go on a trajectory of information that is hearsay, and when we are discussing the high office of a head of a public office, head of public service, it really flies on the face of our standing orders. And I think that statement by the chair of NGCDF in this House is an unfortunate statement to have been made at that level. Okay, so if you allow me, if that statement is withdrawn, Honorable Speaker, then we will not go on that trajectory. So I will request you that you request he either substantiates in terms of records available, or he withdraws that record, because the debate now has moved from discussing NGCDF to something that cannot be substantiated, the issues of the head of public service. So I request that you request Honorable Musa Sirma, a very honorable member, who I used to know when I was in primary school as an honorable member of this House, to actually withdraw that unfortunate statement that should not have been made by a person of his stature and as a ranking member. Honorable Sirma, don't teach us bad manners, kindly. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Okay, Honorable Sirma, can you respond and clarify?
Madam Speaker, I wish to clarify that it is not an empty statement. It is about what is the current situation. If Gatanga and Nyeri town, and the member of Nyeri town has confirmed, and it was in January to date, it is because of this long process that we are no longer getting our members gazetted. So we want to be exempted from that, provision of state corporations, so that we are able to gazette our members immediately we pass in Parliament. Because if we are going to be waiting, members here will end up, and especially that the expiry of all the committees will
Honorable
come to an
Sirma.
end in December.
Honorable Sirma, I think you're not responding to the issue. You are explaining that the process is inefficient.
Yes.
But I think what the members here were asking is that you have implicated the head of public service as having taken over the approval process and gazettement of the members of NGCDF boards across the country. So, an Honorable Pukosa responded and said, it's not in writing, you don't have any evidence that has happened. It's hearsay. So you need to confirm, do you have a circular to that effect? If not, then you would have to withdraw that position.
It is not about that this statement is not true. I have spoken personally to Mr. Hassan, whom I asked him to give me the reason why he's not gazetting. And he told me that he was given a verbal communication by the head of public service not to gazette until it passes or it gets his approval. So it's not about hearsay. And I can confirm right now, I've talked with him in 30 minutes ago. Yes.
Okay, I think Honorable Sirma, this is, you can never be able to use a verbal communication to defend yourself. And I can give you free legal advice. You must always seek that Mr. Hassan gives you in writing exactly what he told you verbally. That's the normal thing to do, is the correct thing to do. Or else you can get yourself into problems because you're unable to substantiate or even give evidence to back what you're saying. So I think the best thing is you withdraw it and then go and seek a written letter to that effect from either Mr. Hassan or a circular from the head of public service. Then it can become a subject of discussion in this House. But right now, the House is speaking on speculation.
Madam
that
Chair.
isn't useful. Hold on, there's a point of order here. Hold on, point of information, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was a circular pursuant to reference number OP/CAB.9/1A dated November 25th, 2022. Subject was guidelines and on procedures for appointment of chairpersons, board members, and chief executive officers of state corporations and other bodies. The names now require express approval of the office of the head of public service prior to gazettement, Madam Speaker. It is in line with this circular that the names of appointees of NCGDF committees are now submitted to the head of public service.
And that talks about state corporations. So the question would be, Honorable Sirma, is NGDCF a state corporation?
It's a fund body.
Sorry?
It is a fund.
Yes, is it a state corporation?
It is other bodies.
Honorable Nyikal.
Madam Speaker, the issue here is what is happening. We cannot sit in this house, Madam Speaker, and we know that some of these names are in that office. We are being told there is a circular. Even if the interpretation is wrong, that will be later. But if the interpretation is wrong, then as soon as those documents hit the office of the head of the public service, he'll send them back and say, we don't need these documents here. But if those documents stay there, then of course it is a fact. So let members state that this actually should stop. If it is interpretation, it will stop immediately. And therefore, the chairman does not need to ask for exemption because there's nothing to be exempted from. So let this matter actually be sorted out now, because it is now, we are in August, and many committees are going to bring names.
Okay, yes, your point of order.
Madam Speaker, procedurally, for a document to be admissible in this House, there is a requirement, there is a minimum threshold to which it should be able to meet, and then that document is presented to the Speaker, to the table, and to the Speaker. Then from there, I think that is when we can be able to discuss. The reading which the member for Dakoredi South, Dakoredi North, read is what is in her phone. But the document to be presented, it must have a letterhead, it must be signed, and it must meet the minimum requirements as per our standing orders, so that once that meets into that, then it can be properly before this House, and then we can be able to prosecute and be able to discuss it. But as per now, the issue, you know, the chair CDF is made a statement saying it was by word of mouth to Hassan or somebody like that. Then now, it is improving it to a statement. But legally, or by our standing orders, it is not properly before the House, and I think it is so that we can be able to execute something that will have an effect. The House does not do issues or address a matter just in vain by just addressing it, and then that ends. So I think we must be able to follow.
Yes, I think to end this matter, because now we are bordering on discussing speculations, I think I'm going to direct that the chairperson of the NGCDF, Honorable Sirma, that you actually put it down in writing and say this has been brought to our attention as members of parliament, and therefore that you're seeking a clarification. So you write to the board, and the board will tell you. Just say, you simply tell the board, we have been informed that all appointments have to be cleared by the head of public service. Is this in fact correct? Because I need to advise the members of parliament. And then the board will reply to you. You don't even have to write to the head of public service, because the person you report to is the NGCDF board. So I think if you do that, this matter can rest, and I think we leave it at that. No, what's the point of order? I thought I've ruled on this.
Honorable Speaker, I think what we need to do, instead of all this, why don't you order that the CDF CEO be summoned to the House to come and repeat the same thing? Otherwise, these are people who could be sleeping on their job and passing the buck and kicking the can up the road. Ask the CDF CEO to come here, and we ask him, why is there a delay? Then he puts it on record that it is the head of public service. Then we can tackle it at that level. But to allow the chairperson to fly statements around like that, I think it would be unfair to the head of public service. It is also not fair to the members of this House. We would like to hear this matter from the CEO himself, that is the cause of the delay. Then we can deal with it. But to run around the way the Honorable Chair, who I respect very much, and allow him to do this kind of things, I think it's not fair to the members of parliament and to the head of public service.
Okay,
thank you.
I think Honorable Owen, I already given directions on it. So my directions to have to make a communication in writing stands. And I think it's a more reasonable thing, and then we will get a proper communication to a committee of this House, and the committee is responsible for it. Instead of summoning the CEO, we don't want any more verbal statements. Let's get it in writing. Thank you. Is that sorted out? You confirm?
I confirm I will summon the CEO, because there is no provision in this House to call the CEO
Sirma,
in front of this House.
Honorable Sirma.
Yes.
I am not going. The ruling was not made by Honorable Owen.
Yes.
Honorable Owen is the one who's suggesting that you call the CEO.
So it's a busybody.
I have said I am not. I have ruled against that. My initial directions remain, which is that you communicate in writing to the board, asking for clarification. Then thereafter, you will have something in writing that you can report to this House. Have you got the instructions correctly? Thank you. Let's move on then. So can I put the question, please?
I had not finished.
Let's put the question.
Madam Speaker,
Okay. I'll let Nandi Hill speak, and then I'll put the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At least now, with that direction that you've given, it will settle the matter. But I just wanted to say, Madam Speaker, I think even in the future, we need to have the timelines where when a name or when there's an occurrence of a vacancy in the CDF office, in the CDF committee, we should have a timeline within which those particular names can be approved so that the representations can be sufficient. Like in my case, as I said, this was a position of a BWD. So for close to a year, we've never been able to have the people living with disabilities or enabled differently having the representations in the committee. So I really hope that then with the directions that you've given and even going forward, most of these occurrences of any vacancies within the committee must be filled in the shortest time possible, or we have a determinate time upon which those positions can be filled. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any other member wanted to contribute on this? Yes, Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I also wanted to support the nomination of those members to NGCDF in the 4 constituencies, noting that it's important that we have people representing all the different brackets, from the youth to the women to the men, because that is how CDF works. CDF works in an orderly manner so that every sector within the community is represented, and that helps also for everyone to know that they belong and that their interests will be catered for, because even as we operate and we administer CDF projects, every sector is actually considered very greatly. So it's important that we do that. But Madam Speaker, I just wanted to point out that there's been that very heated debate here, and I think it's important to note for the record that the chair of the committee, and he, as a proposer of this motion, and the seconder have made very, very far-reaching, comments on how CDF is operating. And Madam Speaker, it's important sometimes not to gag debate, because it's some of this information, when it comes out on the floor of the House, then it gives people that are in public offices an opportunity to realize the power that Parliament has. But if we stop any discussion when a person in a state department or an office or a CS is mentioned, and we are up in arms saying that we cannot have this conversation, then we are reducing the power of this House. We must ensure that members are given an opportunity to contribute, because at the end of every contribution, there will be a time for us to take a vote. Now, if any member does a transgression against anybody and they are wrong, then the facts can also be laid on the floor of the House. So I want to appeal that as a House, because the public is watching us. Public has been watching us for the last at least a month or so, and they're very serious about what goes on here. So when we make pronouncements and we stop each other from having a conversation, you will be salimiwad, and we do not want that to happen to us. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to urge that going into the future, let's allow members to contribute, let members speak, let's take a vote. Majority leader doesn't have to get excited and stop people because you want to protect individuals. It is our country, and all of us must be alive to the fact that there are issues that are going on. And the fact is that the chair of CDF, NGCDF, is very, very aware of the delays, because that is his mandate. If you are saying that he's wrong, then why are we allowing him to continue serving as a chair? If he serves as a chair, it means we have given him a mandate, and we must listen to him as a house, because he is our eyes in NGCDF, and he is the one who knows what's happening in NGCDF. Let us respect our membership, let us allow chairs to work, and let us not protect people that are not in this house. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I think, Pukose, you have already flogged this horse dead. Okay, proceed.
No, not on this one, Honorable Speaker. I think all of us have listened to the chair on this debate, and I'm standing under Standing Order 95-1 that the mover be called to reply. Yeah, despite the Honorable Speaker, you are aware that there's been a lot of delays in approval of this committee. It has taken a long time for them to arrive here, and we should not continue delaying it any further. And I know Honorable Undo here agrees with me, and even Honorable Robert Mbui, my namesake.
I think honorable members, just hear me out. Honorable members, the contentious issue here was whether that particular circular from the head of public service affects the NGCDF board and appointment of the members. Now that we are not clear about it, there is no need to debate it. We rather wait for written communication to be obtained by the chairperson, and then he can inform the House, and we have giving him 2 days to do it. Yeah? Giving him 2 days to do it. At the time that he presents the paper, the letter to or the position to the House, at that time, we can then debate about it. Because our debate at the moment is bordering on speculation. So thank you, honorable members. I will agree with the, because we will now put the question. What's your point of order?
I really concur with you with what the direction you are giving the House. But it is also important to understand that this matter has affected so many members, and progress on the ground is not good. I know there will be an opportunity to debate this, but for the members who are willing to ventilate what I have, this is also the time for them to be given an opportunity to ventilate, so that come that time, those who have had an opportunity to contribute may not necessarily have to get into it. So, Madam Speaker, if you don't mind, allowing 20 minutes or 10 minutes for more members to ventilate may not create any harm to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
How many members want to ventilate on this issue? As long as we're not speculating about the letter, you can just talk. Honorable members, how many honorable members want to discuss? What do you want to contribute just to the names? As long as we're not discussing the alleged letter or circular, because that matter is mute for now. Yes, so what we are discussing now is, unless you're standing up to say that I do not want a certain name here approved or so on, or things like that. But if it is about the communication, in 2 days we will have a chance to ventilate on it. Do you agree, honorable members? Okay, the mover should reply. Honorable members, I now put the question that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving us the direction you have given, and I also want to thank the members for ventilating on the issues which will touch them. The only issue is, it is not about my committee members or whoever is in the committee that will suffer. It is the whole House. So we have to take this thing and put it in line, and I will do that, Madam Speaker, as advised. I beg to reply.
So, honorable members, because the reason why I'm saying there's no need to speculate on it is not because I don't think it's a serious matter. I think it is extremely serious that we should not be debating on hearsays. And that is why we better, because I think it's serious enough, it's affected a lot of members. Many members have complained that it's taking very long for names to be approved. That is something that's extremely serious. But we want to be able to substantively deal with it once and for all. And the only way is by getting the circular. So it is in no way, I'm not gagging anyone, and I'm not saying that it's not serious enough. It's just that we want to do it in a methodical and conclusive manner. Right? Okay, thank you. Now let me put the question. Yes, your point of information? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Chair that there's a need for more fund of council managers because the those who are serving are very few, and this is inhibiting quality work on the ground.
Okay, although that's something that you could have approached the committee, that is not part of this debate. Yes, but inappropriately on record. But I think you still have to approach, you should approach the committee directly if you want to get any results. Okay, let me put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 4 constituencies, committees, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 1st August 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act of 2015, and paragraphs 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations of 2016, approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the following 4 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Webuye West Constituency, David Lutali Sakari, representatives for persons living with disabilities. Isiolo South Constituency, Wako Abdi Wako, male adult representative. Nandi Hills Constituency, Henry Kirwa Mutai, representative of persons living with disability. Mumias East Constituency, Joseph Owino Odero, male adult representative. And Philip Munyenyi Wanga, male adult representative. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, second reading.
Give the chairperson budget the mic.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to move that the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take just a brief moment to brief members that, as we are all aware, we had made a budget that was to be implemented in the year 2024-2025. The budget is two-sided, the revenue side and the expenditure side. When we came before this House, Honorable Speaker, we were able to debate and actually pass the expenditure side of the budget and also pass the appropriations bill, which became an act. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, afterwards, as we know, the revenue side had challenges, and the revenue-raising measures that were there, Honorable Speaker, were not able to be realized because of the challenges that we all now understand and know. And in that respect, then, the government had to, and us here in Parliament, had to come up with measures to have a budget that balances the expenditure and the revenue side of the budget.
And Honorable Speaker, therefore, this has necessitated cuts across all government agencies, Honorable Speaker, and also across the two levels of government, so that we are able to balance the anticipated expenditure together with the expected revenue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the national government side, we have come before this House and already have done the appropriations, the supplementary budget, which was signed yesterday by the President. It is now an act. Honorable Speaker, what we were seeking to do is to balance the budget through two ways. One, borrowing a little more, which we borrowed 176 billion more than we wanted to borrow as a country, but we have also consequently added upcutting around 145 billion of anticipated expenditure, especially that amount is only in the national government, which incorporates the judiciary and parliament. Honorable Speaker, then, because of the situation we find ourselves as a country, we have had to do something unprecedented. And actually, all that we have done is unprecedented. In the budget-making process in Kenya, there is no budget that was amended through a supplementary budget, barely a month after the signing of the appropriations bill. This is the first time. The other unprecedented thing, Honorable Speaker, is that it is the first time again that we are actually amending the equitable, the division of revenue bill, Honorable Speaker, which is actually divides money vertically between the national and the county governments. Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, is that this House had already passed the equitable share to our counties to a figure that has never been there before of 400.1 billion shillings. Upon revision of the expenditure side necessitated by the collapse of the revenue-raising measures, the amendment before us, Honorable Speaker, is then to also have a haircut in the equitable share from the proposed 400.1 billion to 380 billion, Honorable Speaker, so that all the levels of government apportion the loss of anticipated revenue across the board, Honorable Speaker, and therefore the nutshell of this amendment of the division of revenue is actually to decrease the amount from 400.1 billion to 380 billion, in line with the realities we find ourselves as a country. Honorable Speaker, from the two levels of government, which is national government and the county governments, even within the national government, everyone has had to take a haircut. And some have actually had their heads chopped, Honorable Speaker, because of the drastic cuts that we had to then effect. Across the arms of government, the executive is losing money, Parliament is losing 3.7 billion Kenya shillings, Judiciary is losing around 2 billion Kenya shillings. Everyone, every arm of government, Honorable Speaker, and all levels of government has to come in and go through the austerity measures, Honorable Speaker, the ones we are effecting today, and especially in the counties through the division of revenue. Honorable Speaker, I also want to brief this House that the Constitution permits a floor of 15% when it comes to dividing the revenues through the equitable share. Honorable Speaker, constitutionally, we are already past that amount in the current proposal, because at 380 billion shillings, we are already at 24.4%, and therefore it is way beyond the constitutional requirement. Honorable Speaker, something else we have had to do is that in our report, we have recommended, even in the bill, Honorable Speaker, something else that we have not done in this House before. And our proposal as the Budget Committee is this. In anticipation in future what you've been seeing, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the current supplementary appropriations bill, which is basically the main budget. We have to budget for 68 billion shillings of carryovers. Carryovers meaning we have cherry-picked a few items which, even if the year has lapsed, those budget lines cannot lapse. They total to 68 billion. However, the entire amount of carryovers, monies that we are not funded by the by the Treasury, by close of last financial year, was 221 billion Kenya shillings. It therefore means our revenue raising measures as of last year, through debt and revenue, ordinary and A&A, was short of 220 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. Now, this is the debate I invite this House, Honorable Speaker. In light of that, we have to budget 13 billion Kenya shillings to CDF, carryovers. We have to budget for over 30 billion Kenya shillings to our counties as carryovers. We have to budget for 23 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, 21 to 23 billion, as carryovers for pensions. What am I trying to say, Honorable Speaker? The way the government should work is that by the fall of 30th June, Kenya operating under what we call T+2. After 2 days, there should be no disbursement from the National Treasury for the previous year's budget. Basically, that's what it means. But then, because some of these things like CDF, we have already gone for public participation. These monies, I mean, you have gone through the wrong hole. There is no way then we could have, or CDF could have been denied this amount. Monies for pensions, whether the year lapses or not, is not a problem of the pensioner. They had to be paid. County governments alike. They have already done their budgets approved by the county government. They need the money. So we have 68 billion we are funding now, money for last financial year. And as we know, because governments are run through time, government is not in the business of wealth. Government is always in the business of cash flow and revenue. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, since you cannot run government through receivables, you cannot run government through assets, you only run through money that is coming in and out. We have done one thing. In anticipation, we have an year where the revenue-raising measures do not measure up. Honorable Speaker, what do we do as a country? We anticipate to raise 2.6 trillion Kenya shillings in ordinary revenue this year. What happens when we go to 30th of June next year and we have only raised 2 trillion? What would happen? That's the debate I'm inviting this House. What would happen, just to repeat, if we anticipate to raise 2.6 trillion, what would happen by 30th June that KRA has only raised 2 trillion? What would happen? Honorable Speaker, we have suggested in our report and in this bill, when there is a shortfall in revenue raising, the two levels of government must carry that burden proportionately. Because then what happens? Even county governments themselves, Honorable Speaker, they also usually project their revenue. But many times, they have a shortfall. Then, is it a new thing? No. In government of Kenya, ever since for the last many years, we have had shortfalls in revenue. In this year, I'm repeating, we have a shortfall of 200 billion. The national government is carrying this burden alone. And national government, I mean executive, judiciary, and parliament. Honorable Speaker, we just have to bite the bullet. And I'm anticipating a period where we have a drastic fall in anticipated revenue. Then we make the national government carry the burden. They may actually end up even not being able to pay salaries. Why? Our development expenditure is of this budget that we passed the other day is 640 billion. What if we had a shortfall of 640 billion as a country? then it means we are obligated to fund all the other levels of government, but the national government will have a deficit in funding even PE, personal emoluments. That is what we must think of as a house. When there is a shortfall, the two levels of government, at the same percentage, they carry the same burden. But when there is a surplus, if there is a surplus, that could also be incorporated, that also they be considered, though we have not had a surplus in many years, Honorable Speaker. So that is the main highlight in this proposal, Honorable Speaker. I know there are provisions of the Constitution. We have to sit down with our legal experts, but we decided this debate must start. Because if it doesn't start, Honorable Speaker, then we are living a lie as a country. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I also want to buttress the point that we have also allocated over 40 billion Kenya shillings in conditional grants to our counties. We have done everything in support of devolution. As the budget committee, we have, beyond these resources, as I've said before, we have also appropriated 44 billion in conditional grants. Honorable Speaker, we have also appropriated 8 billion shillings managed for equalization fund, which is majorly supported and managed by our governors. They are doing a fantastic job. This does not want to show that there is anything against anyone. It is basically where we are as a country. That Parliament, for the first time, I saw something I have never seen. Members of Parliament rising and saying, cut our CDF, which we cut by 10 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. Members of Parliament standing and saying, for the sake of our country, cut our travel budget, cut any other non-core expenditure, which we ended up cutting 3.7 billion shillings. We are just requesting the same now percolates across all levels of government so that we live within our means as Kenyans very unequivocally and directly and eloquently suggested that we must do. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I wish to request the very able Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I beg to, with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the very able Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the elegant Mary Amase, to second this motion.
Very well, Mary Amase.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the report on the consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill, Amendment Bill 2024. Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief and I just want to make it very simple. Honorable Speaker, we suffered a shortfall in revenue, in a projected revenue. And this was occasioned by the failure to enact the Finance Bill 2024-2025. As a result, this necessitated the rearrangement and rationalization of the estimates, and that we've already done through the Supplementary Estimates 1 of 2024-25. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this bill, the purpose and object of this bill is to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2024 to provide for the equitable sharing of revenue between the national and county government, taking into account that shortfall, taking into account the downward revision of the projected revenues, which we just witnessed as a result of the collapse of the Finance Bill. We had initially projected a projected revenue of 2948 billion. But now that has been revised downwards to 2602.1 billion. That brings us to a downward revision by 346 billion, which the chair has explained that it has to be borne by both county and the national government.
And that therefore means that the county government shareable revenue has come down by 20 billion. And the national government will come down by 325 billion. So basically what we are saying, the amendment in the bill, subclause 51A, actually seeking to protect county governments, such that at any one time, if we have a shortfall, it is limiting the amount which the county governments, or that shall be borne by the county governments, not to exceed 15% of the shortfall. So, in other words, the amendment is seeking to protect the county governments and limit the amount to which they shall bear to not to exceed 15% of that shortfall. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very straightforward bill, like I've said, and whenever we have a shortfall, Kenyans have told us we have to live within our means. Then we have to share whatever challenges that accrue from some of the actions or the choices that we make as a country, because we've been told choices have consequences. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to appeal to the county governments. They will be receiving 380 billion. I know it has come down from what we had initially projected. But I want to appeal to county governments to prioritize their needs, to look into the issue of the pending bills and make sure those contractors, those who are given tenders even by their predecessors, services who are rendered and offered, be given first priority and be paid their monies. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question that the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, be now read a second time. No, there's serious interest on this one. And the first to have a bite is Honorable Christopher Aseka, Huisero.
Thank you, Speaker. I also rise to join my chair and vice chair in supporting the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024, which allocates revenues between the two levels of government, that's the national government and the county government. Honorable Speaker, national government in this bill will receive about 2.2 trillion. The county governments are going to be allocated 380 billion, and also 7.8 billion are going to equalization fund. Mr. Honorable Speaker, this is within the constitutional provisions whereby the 380 billion being taken to government is within over 15%. It is 24.2% of the national revenues. Mr. Speaker, as we do this, we are coming out from a situation which was a withdrawal of a finance bill that led to the shortfall of the revenues by about 365 billion. This one now means that every arm of government is going to bear the loss, and the county government loses about 20 billion from 400 billion, making it 380 billion. As we do this, Mr. Speaker, we need also to call upon county governments to ensure that they improve on their own source revenue mechanisms to ensure that they generate as more revenues as possible at the county levels. But as we say this, Mr. Speaker, we also need to ensure that these monies that are going to county governments and national governments are put into good use. For example, Mr. Speaker, as per the Schedule 4 of the Constitution, there are clear roles that the county governments are supposed to play. One of the roles is to provide water, healthcare, to support agriculture and infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, and a case in point like in Huisero constituency where I represent, we have water projects that have stalled for even 4+ years. The Misango water projects that is under the county government has been an eyesore in the eyes of the residents of our constituency. And I want to call upon the county government of Kakamega to prioritize the implementation of this project to ensure that Kenyans within that region in Huisero access safe and clean water. Mr. Speaker, also we have the issue of healthcare, and we have issues with our hospitals, the dispensaries, health centers, where our people are really suffering because of lack of enough drugs in those facilities. We call upon the county governments to prioritize supply of drugs in our hospitals and employment of nurses and doctors to ensure that our people are well treated. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I call upon even the national government also to ensure that these funds, as we do unlock this bill, are released to respective government departments and agencies to ensure that the implementations of projects that are earmarked in this budget are done in time, and also to ensure that all the pending bills within the sectors are paid to avoid the challenges that small and big suppliers and contractors are facing in the country. Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Murugaru Gitonga, I'm not sure you want to speak on this. Proceed.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the bill. In fact, we must live to reality now. We are living in very difficult times, and we have to think prudently about what exactly we are going to do so that the governments run. We had the bill which had, for the county governments, 400 billion. Regrettably, the bill fell through. This means, in essence, that the three arms of the government and the county governments have to actually tighten their belts, because expectedly we have to cut on allocations. And this is why we would implore on the county governments to bear with the 20 billion cut which they have to suffer. The same has applied to the executive, to this House, honorably, and also to the judiciary. By these cuts, it does mean that county governments would not be able to provide the essential services or pay the recurrent expenses. This 20 billion possibly would have gone into pay rises, which must now be frozen. It must also ensure that travels which are not necessary, whether for seminars, whether for benchmarking or whatever it is county governments have to do, have to be cut. Expenses on vehicles, expenses on personnel, all this must go down. We know very well that our county governments most times are extravagant. In fact, there is a hue and a cry out there that while work done by CDF is visible, not much can be talked about the county governments. It's the high time the county governments live to their expectations, that citizens over there have to get the services that they deserve. We know very well that there has been an employment embargo put in place, that government will not employ, and county governments also have to adhere to this. But that notwithstanding, then we have the natural attrition, which we must always fill in so that there is no vacuum. We have had the surpluses, if at all realized. If those are to be shared equally, then the burdens which arise from this must also be shared equally, and county governments must live with the cuts. Therefore, this amendment to the supplementary act, this amendment to the Appropriations Act is timely and in line with what we have done in the supplementary appropriations bill, which is now an act of parliament, which we are relying on for the time being until another one is actually put in place. Of course, people are asking, what happens now that we lost the 2024 the 2024 Finance Act, and we have also recently lost the 2023 Finance Act. The position in law is that the Supplementary Appropriations Act, which is now in force, becomes the operative law. And we will have to live with that until another one is put in place. With those remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. I raised to support the Division of Revenue Bill on a number of reasons. It's good to live within our means, Mr. Speaker, and that was because the Finance Bill 2024, the Gen Zs and many Kenyans say the money or the taxations were too much for them to bear. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 380 billion for county government, Mr. Speaker, that money is going to support all the services that have already collapsed. Mr. Speaker, the money will go rightly to pay salaries as well as spending bills, Mr. Speaker. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to say that the money must be used prudently. We have seen a lot of wastage in the county governments, particularly when it comes to usage of this money, Mr. Speaker. So we want that funds to be used wisely so that citizens can see the value of their taxes, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the equalization fund, 7.80 billion, Mr. Speaker, should be distributed equitably based on the baseline data, Mr. Speaker. Some areas have been marginalized since 1963, Mr. Speaker, and it is important that constituencies that are going to be selected to benefit from the equalization fund should be selected based on data that is available, depicting or exhibiting disparities that has existed over the years, Mr. Speaker. When I look at the 2.5 trillion for national government, Mr. Speaker, this is money that is going to go to support national government functions, Mr. Speaker. And I do say that it's important to promote accountability and transparency when these resources are going to be spent or implemented to support national government functions, Mr. Speaker. I think it's also important to underscore the importance of equitable distribution of resources and national government to respective constituencies, Mr. Speaker, so that at least across the country we can have uniform development, Mr. Speaker. Because if you look at our country, we have a very outstanding or resounding disparities of different areas across the country, simply because resources are not promptly utilized to support services or to support functions, both at national and the county level, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do support the report or the bill, the Division of Revenue Bill, and request that the respective points are put across be respected when these resources are being utilized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Very well. The Honorable Julius Ruto, KSS.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for accommodating me to contribute in support of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill of 2024. Mr. Speaker, as colleagues, members of Parliament have said, and as we are aware of the unprecedented events that preceded the closure of last financial year, where the Finance Bill 2024 was rejected, all of us have found ourselves in this situation. It is a unique situation that has never ever happened before, and probably we are writing a new story in the Parliament of Kenya, where a situation like this has taken us to such discussion that probably it wasn't there before, had been predicted that would happen. We are aware the provisions of the Division of Revenue Act, Section 2, where there is a shortfall on revenue collection, the national government bears the loss. And when there is a success in exit of revenue collection, the national government does the same. But for this particular purpose, Mr. Speaker, we have been taken to this situation. And it's not a unique situation that is only caused by national government activity, but rather it is a process that was stopped by situation that arose by rejection of finance bill. It is the right time that we must speak to ourselves. What do we do at such a scenario and occasion? Mr. Speaker, the reduction of what had been earlier provided for under division of revenue and under sharing of equitable resources
as per the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, from 410 to 380 is something that has to be accepted by all quarters. And I want to pray that the other side of this parliament have also to find a reason to support the same. Why? Because as much as we would wish to take our hard position, the reality is that we don't have resources. That as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the development money for national government has been reduced to the tune of almost 150 billion. It means programs worth 150 billion will not be executed, leave alone even the intended programs to be executed. We are worried of the bending bills, programs that are ongoing and resources have not been provided for. And therefore, it is high time now we need to discuss around Division of Revenue Act and amendments that is required, so that when such a scenario we are found in, we are able equitably be able to share the burden, so that as we seek to adjust from the national government point of view, from parliament, from executive, from judiciary, every quarter has been affected. So the devolved government units again should sit and be able to relook at their allocations on the other side. But nonetheless, to say this, Mr. Speaker, it is high time also we need to speak to our own source revenue from the county governments, because I know they have been going through challenges in meeting their targets. It is high time now that this particular scenario speaks to them, so that their intended development agenda and programs to spur and grow devolution now will be supported effectively by the resources that is endowed within them. Because most of the county governments have never ever managed to meet their targets. And if you look at the reasons behind it, is poor plans, poor policy in place, poor revenue collection measures, or even misuse of the same, enforcement of the same. Mr. Speaker, this particular scenario helps us now to speak to the Council of Governors, to speak to the devolved government units, so that they begin to relook at the laws governing the own source revenue. Because if they're able to maximize their collection, the same way now we are pushing ourselves to the last elastic limit, on the other side, if they're able to push further, they will reduce that direct dependency on the core functions that they have to discharge for the same to be able to meet the mandate of the devolved governments. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, that I want to put across is this, that even as we seek to put ourselves into a scenario of push and pull, it is high time also as Kenyans now we begin to look at the scenario and the situation we have been put in place. Probably other issues or other discussion need to come around what are we going to do henceforth. Because, Mr. Speaker, you are aware, there is a case in court now, a ruling by the Court of Appeal invalidating the Finance Act of 2023. We are aware the Finance Act of 2023 was seeking to raise additional revenue of not less than 200 billion. I know appeal has been made to the Supreme Court, but who knows the outcome of that? I don't want to preempt the outcome of the ruling of the Supreme Court, but should it uphold what the Court of Appeal has said, already we are going into problems. And I think it is high time now as Kenyans, we need to ask ourselves the situation where we are in, where are we going to go? Already, if rulings of the court comes in, affecting the already affected, the basket that we have, now it's going to affect it further. Now we are discussing on division of revenue. I don't know whether we are aware supplementary 2 should be coming very soon. And if supplementary 2 should be coming, who is going to survive in this? Will devolution survive? Will the national government survive? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on every other agencies that we want now to tread carefully, lest we collapse the country. Because with the advent challenges that is going to affect on existing framework of revenue raising, then we are going to collapse critical services that Kenyans are requiring. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this particular amendment and to request that henceforth now we need to have a discussion on how to absorb the reduction of the revenues, because we cannot survive on these ones. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the report and to appreciate so far our Budget Committee and Chair for the work they have done. I know it's been a very, very tough year where we've had to repeat and to ensure that we just get into the timelines and the lines and the inspirations of what Kenyans want. And to appreciate that, yes, every sector will have to bear the burden, but more importantly, maybe it's going to teach us also a lesson on how to look at our budgets without really putting so much. And let's see how we perform with this. And it will give us now a way forward on what the president has always said, that he would wish that there will be a time when we have a budget that is itemized. And this will help us. But I know it is up to us in whatever little we have, and that is what we should be asking, Mr. Speaker. That is there a way we can have prudence in how we are going to dispense the resources that we are given based on what we have. The other thing we should be asking ourselves as Kenyans is that how good is it that we can go back and reflect and ensure that slowly by slowly we come out of IMF and all these things that have brought us to where we are today. But I also want to ask Kenyans that as much as we are doing that, we also need to understand that you will not expect a lot. And so you cannot come again and start blaming. But the little we have, and that is why it is important, if it is one project, let Kenyans see that one project. Let it come out, Mr. Speaker, as yes, we had this little, but we have one project, and the project is seen, the project is with quality, and can be quantified that it has spent public resources in prudence. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, as you look at the reports, we go now to the county governments. And I think even as we readjust everything, it is time we must also ask the county governments to now come openly, transparently, on how much do they collect from their local revenue. Is it able to now become a fund or resources that can be assisted to support where we've had the deficit? Because that is one thing, it's like in Kenya, it doesn't matter. Yes, we have local revenue, nobody cares about it, nobody even says how much is it, and then in the end, you don't even, but we are here saying we have reduced 20 billion. You want to tell me in the local revenues of each county, Mr. Speaker, even if they collect 1 billion, these are 47 counties, you'll find across 47 billion shillings. It will even surpass. And so those who are able to collect even more, Nairobi can collect even more, Mr. Speaker. You will find even Nairobi, if well organized, we can have beyond of 40 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, we can even become the first county that can even share their revenue in terms of giving loans to other counties. So it is the systems of how we collect revenue. And this thing of saying we have deficits at the national level, Mr. Speaker, it has to now start balancing with that we must also know how are the counties performing. Is there a way the Senate can bring in incentives that if you perform better and if you collect better, then there is a parameter that you can be added more revenue because you are collecting and spending well in terms of the development that you are giving your people. Mr. Speaker, the other thing we should be asking ourselves, and this should be within education. You realize, Mr. Speaker, we are about to now, in the year 2025, we shall be phasing out the 844 system. And so we are moving slowly by slowly. But we should also be now trailing ourselves that we must think that CBC must get it right from the word go in terms of having education, free education as they move. And it can happen, it can work, and we must come out of this cry so that we start now reorganizing our resources ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the other thing we should be telling now our citizens, you remember the courts also now quashed the 2022-2023 finance bill. So we've gone back to the axe. It's not that we are hanging, no. But there were good things that were meant for manufacturers. Now it is gone again. And so we have to sit down also with the judiciary. While Gen Zs are telling us to sit down, Mr. Speaker, isn't it fair to sit down also with the judiciary? Have a meeting together, not just a meeting, Mr. Speaker. We go for a workshop together now to start looking at all these things that are coming all over. Because we cannot be having the Gen Zs saying we need to see good governance in each arm of government. It means also the judiciary must be now part of that good governance. And you must look at the public also and the interest of the public. You have left the country. We are just sorting out 2023, 2024, 2025. You have taken us now out completely. And so we are saying all the gains we had put even in the other bill, as much as it had a lot of cry, there were issues of excise duty, there were issues of manufacturing, and now we are back to ground zero. And these are some of the things we must sit down. We don't need to complain, we don't need to talk about it on media, but we need to sit as two arms of government and get a better way. Yes, nobody can control the judges in terms of their judgments, but when the country is at a very vulnerable state like this, if we have any arm that is trying to bring us into a situation where you find our country going to the brinks, it will be very unfortunate, very unfortunate. So in the time when things are at the state we are in, we need every person, every arm of government to feel that indeed we are working towards making Kenya better, but also towards appreciating the challenges that we have and making things to work. But not the way we have done, because even the formula we had for university students, the moment you quash all these things, you should be asking yourselves, where have we taken back help? Where have we done this? It is going to affect. So we are pleading with the judiciary. Look at everything as we move. As we move, just know in the education system, there are new systems coming in place. Let us not find ourselves again in the crisis we have been. So, Mr. Speaker, even as I support, I know that the Senate will have to look at this, at what they had passed in Dora, and realize that we have to realign, and the counties must realign, and the governors must realign, so that we move in. I'm hoping nobody again will run to court, because it is a system. I don't know why we are doing all this, but I'm hoping not anyone in the Senate will rush to court or anyone in the counties, but we shall work within the means we have accepted, and we see our country moving in this financial year of 2024-2025, and ensure we put in governance of systems. And I'm hoping the new CS will be able also to look at all these things and bring us also a report just to tell us how our systems, where are we, and look at all the sectors that gives us revenue, KPA and the rest, and ask ourselves to do that. With those few remarks, I beg to support, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. There's a heavy weight on this side, so I'll take two and then come this side. So the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the Division of Revenue Bill, Amendment Bill 2024, that has been stated by factors in which this House is a complicit in the author of our own misfortune. We ought not to have been here. We must have read the signs of time and did the necessary arrangement, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya and Article 203 is explicitly clear on what needs to be considered in the allocation of funds between the two levels of government. And one of the two conditions I want to highlight, Honorable Speaker, is that the allocation should be in such a manner that allows the country governments to perform effectively and deliver services to the people of Kenya. Because the hallmark or the thrust of devolution was to enable services to be devolved adequately to the people of Kenya. The question we keep on asking and will continuously ask until somebody will have the courage to tell us so, is the amount being given to the county governments, is it adequate, is it excessive, or is it inadequate? That's the question we need to ask. Has there been any form of costing of the services
to ascertain how much does it cost to provide health care to a particular person? How much does it cost to provide water to a particular person? How much does it cost to provide water or other services to any particular person? If we continue to politicize the process as we have always done, always a grandstanding between the National Assembly and the Senate, we'll forever make decisions politically oriented without having a scientific approach to determining these particular services. And Honorable Speaker, we have always argued, and we have always argued continuously, incessantly and without flinching, that the cost of providing health care in Nairobi cannot be the same cost of providing health care in Sioport. They're completely different. Has there been any scientific approach to determine, or do we just do it for purpose of meeting the spirit and letter of the Constitution just for the political expedience? Honorable Speaker, and I want to challenge the Budget and Appropriation Committee. From where I sit, the Parliamentary Budget Office is well resourced. The heads are fairly very educated people and experienced people. They can take this research or this develop a model, even if the Commission of Revenue Allocation is only interested in allocating funds between the two levels of government. Honorable Speaker, the other aspect that is very clear in the Constitution is the issue of physical discipline and effective use of resources. I wonder if there's any single time before we do a DORA, whether the committee, Budget Appropriation Committee, ever calls for any report to indicate this is the situation, what we have, this is the amount we have given. Has it been effectively and efficiently used? Do we even, when we do the counter revenue allocation bill, do we ever punish any particular county that has been wasteful in the utilization of public funds, that has not allocated funds as required in the PFM Act between recurrent expenditure and development expenditure, so that we punish those who fail to comply and reward those who comply, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, and Honorable Lachi has mentioned, the county governments were never supposed to be cost centers. What they are supposed to be as well as revenue generating centers. Where does the own source revenue go to, Honorable Speaker? For heaven's sake, why would Nairobi County require money from the Treasury? Why? The land in Nairobi alone, the land rates in Nairobi alone are enough to run the affairs of Nairobi without having to depend on the National Treasury. Are we able to ask those hard questions? Or are we so timid politically that we do not have the courage to ask these questions and get answers, Honorable Speaker? It is time that we get away from this minimalistic approach and this approach that we simply have to do what the Constitution says. Are we able to question? Many of us, if you ask a typical ordinary Kenyan, anytime he recognizes CDF more than county government projects. Why? And considering the CDF is just a very paltry, it's a very small element of the money compared to the funds given to the counties. We must now, time has come, we must interrogate. And I want to ask the chair, Public Accounts Committee, yes, will be put under pressure. Orders will come from the house in the hill. You must comply. But have the courage to even have it in the report, your report, questioning, are we having value for money for the funds that we are allocating to the county governments? Honorable Speaker, I see we are allocating 380 billion to the counties as equitable share, excluding conditional share of the revenue. And we are indicating, Honorable Speaker, that we are providing that when he calculates, it comes to 24.2%. Honorable Speaker, that's not true. And it's good to be very factual and realistic to the people of Kenya. We must be realistic. We have proposed the budget of 2024-2025 based on projected revenue. And the revenue is close to something about 2.2 trillion. If you do a calculation, Honorable Speaker, it is not 24%. Let's be factual and realistic to the people of Kenya. Tell them the truth that we are basically
Order,
paying
Honorable
17.
Undo. The chair of budget, this one may require your listening because you may have to speak on it. Proceed.
Chair, I know.
A point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't intend to interrupt my good friend, Dr. Udo, but I think for the sake of informing Kenyans without misleading them, Dr. Udo knows very well the sharing is on audited and approved reports. It's not on the projected revenue. I think it's important to go on record.
Honorable Speaker, and for record purposes, Dr. Makali Mulu knows, and all of us knows, that we already have audited accounts for 2022-2023 that have already been laid before this House. If the House takes inordinately long to review and approve, then you cannot really punish the counties. You cannot proceed to mislead the nation that we are giving them 24%, yet the truth of the matter is far much less than what is it's just closer, as the chair said, to the floor. We are not even anywhere above the floor. We are just, probably we have just put a carpet to increase the distance from the floor to where it is. So we need to be very clear, and this one we must be very clear. We must call upon the House, and this House is us, to move with the speed.
Did I hear another point of order? Yes. No, I go to the chair budget.
Honorable Chair, when we are in this House in such a day, there are Kenyans at home watching. And when they watch, they take what we say with a lot of weight, because they think, rightly so, that we should be informed as we talk in this House. The Constitution is very clear that when it comes to equitable share, the basis is the last audited financial statements. There is no provision about what time the House should take in approving them. It talks about approved, not the submitted. And therefore, it is proper that we direct our debate in regards to what matters. What matters is approved. What does not matter is the submitted. So that even as Kenyans watch us, they can be able to be informed based on the reality and based on facts. And when it is based on facts, the last audited is 21-22, Honorable Speaker. And in that regard, we are apportioning to counties 24.4%, and that is the reality.
I think that matter can rest there. You may now proceed, Honorable Undo.
So, Chair, let the matter rest there, but it's a point of debate, and I think the people of Kenya have heard me and probably have to decide whom they want to believe or not. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, it is important as a country that we need to look at how we handle our things. Honorable Speaker, we appropriate each year. We appropriate funds each year. And as I stand here today, and this is based on unverified information, counties have not received close to 30 billion what was appropriated in the financial year 2023-2024. Again, misleading the nation that you have given them a certain percentage, yet the truth of the matter, you have not disbursed all the money. Honorable Speaker, for what purpose is it for us to use unrealistic estimates, revenue projections, or simply decide to frustrate devolution by failing to disburse funds on time? Honorable Speaker, for what benefit is it if you give development funds to the counties on 30th June? For what purpose? They can't absorb it, and the law is very clear of rollback. They can't absorb it. You create pending bills that are artificial. or whatever it is. When the funds come, Honorable Speaker, on the last day, the guys in charge in the treasury, the counties, compete to loot the money. Compete to loot the money. Allocate whoever has not done anything. So at the end of the day, when the auditors go, what do they see? Funds were spent. There is no project that was ever undertaken. Or if it was undertaken in such a manner, it adds no value to the people of Kenya. I just hope whoever will get the treasury as the CS for treasury, and I'm praying for Honorable John Mbadi to get, I hope he will have the courage, he will be given the latitude, he will be given the responsibility, he will be given the freedom to instill some sanity in the rotten treasury. Honorable Speaker, those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Joseph McClap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One, I rise to support the Division of Revenue Bill as presented by the Chair of Budget and Appropriation. Mr. Speaker, last week when we were contributing on the Appropriation Bill 2024, Supplementary 1, I said we are living in unique times. These unique times has come as a result of the people of Kenya exercising their legitimate concern through Article 1. The sovereign will of the people of Kenya lies on Article 1. When the people of Kenya decided that the finance bill be rejected, and the President agreed and this House agreed, it comes with consequences. And these consequences, Mr. Speaker, are supposed to be shared across board, across the two avenues on which the Kenyan taxpayers' money are channeled to, the county governments and the national governments. Whereas you've seen reduction for about 3.7 billion in this House, and Kenyans will see that members of parliament have not been able to travel to Mombasa, to hotels even around. We've been oscillating between the Bunge Towers, the Continental House, and the utilities within parliament. That means Kenyans have seen that parliament have complied. Kenyans have complied with the austerity measures as a result of the reduction or the rejection of the finance bill. Those are serious issues. So at the same level that the national government has faced reduction as in judiciary, parliament, and the executive, even the county governments must fall the same reduction. And you can see, Mr. Speaker, that the reduction of 20 billion for the county governments in this supplementary one that we passed in this House, Mr. Speaker, which is actually the main budget, you can see the figures of national government coming to 410. That 410 is a result of the money that was not able to be, they were not able to get exchequer releases, the 30 billion that was supposed to go to county government. So if you say 380 plus 30, you will get 410. Many people will see it as if there is an increase, but it is not an increase. It is what was not able to be financed being brought forward so that if you have 380 plus 30, it becomes 410. Mr. Speaker, it tells you when we say revenue, division of revenue, and using audited and approved audit accounts of national revenue. What we should be asking as an House, and what we should do, is fast-track the process of the Auditor General to fast-track the process of audited accounts of national revenue, and this House fast-track the process of approval so that now, instead of relying on 2020, 2021, we should now be relying on 2022 or 2023, 2024. So that means if we go in that particular direction, then the amount of money that will go to county governments and even the national governments will rise as a result of using the latest revenue. But if you use the latest revenue 5 years down the line, you will get less money. So why is it that something that we need also to know and the country to know is that perhaps your budget, like the one that we have, you have a budget, at the end of the year, there is some money that is not able, National Treasury is not able to release to the county governments. Why? Shortfall in revenue. We should tighten Kenya Revenue Authority so that if we target to raise, for example, 300 or 270 billion shillings, then we should be either there or above or nothing less, so that we can get what is required. But as long as we collect less, then we shall have our budget in figures, but in reality the cash flow that goes to the county governments and the national government is less. Two, if we have a lot of litigation on revenue-raising measures, if there is a lot of litigation on bills or acts of parliament that are amended to raise more revenue, are undermined or rejected by the courts, then National Treasury will not have enough money to finance the budget. Hence, you will get shortfall in national exchequer releases, and you will also, as a result, get what is called pending bills, both in county governments, national government. And this is why we are saying it is time that we must also have a conversation with judiciary. Yes, they have the right to make decisions. But, Mr. Speaker, I think as they condemn Parliament for lack of participation, I think one of these days we shall also ask the judiciary to actually, before they make their rulings, take their rulings for public participation, so that they will be able to know what is the feeling of Kenyans on this particular ruling. The uprising in Bangladesh is a result of court ruling. So sometimes the rulings that are done affect the citizens of this country. And it can be a source of an uprising in Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, like the one in Meru, where a ruling is done that you rejected to take charge of, Mr. Speaker, these are the consequences. So, one thing that Kenyans need to know from where we sit in this parliament is that the pending bills, the county governments are not able to get all the money. The CDF is not able to get all the money at the end of the financial year because of, one, the KRA is not able to raise all the money that is required as or approved raising measures to collect the money, and two, as a result of litigations that come across. So as a result, you carry another burden of the next financial year to the next financial year. And it will even be worse now that the courts have already pronounced themselves on 2023 finance bill. The chairman of budget should be preparing another supplementary budget, which is another main budget. You know, supplementary one, Kenyans should know, it's not a supplementary, it's the main budget. And as a result of now negating 2023, we may result again in another reduction of the budget, and as a result, the budget committee will have again to prepare another supplementary budget, or we reintroduce finance bill, either in piecemeal or as a whole, so that the country can survive. These are the reality that is facing the country. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you look at audited accounts of 2020-2021, the audited and approved is about 1.5 trillion. Mr. Speaker, what about if we could have used 2023-2024? At least the county governments could have gotten more money, everybody else could have gotten more money. But the reality is, even if we do this and we don't get and raise enough as anticipated in the revenue-raising measures, Mr. Speaker, we shall only have a budget in figures, but in reality, we don't have money to run the country. So what do we do in this time, Mr. Speaker? It is a time that the people of Kenya have already expressed themselves through GNC and other authorities. It is time that we must be able to learn to live within our means. I am very sure the influence in the county governments, if county governments were to live within their means and cost their programs, the functions of the county governments, if costed, how much will it cost and how will it develop the country? So, Speaker, when we reviewed this constitution, I am part of the stakeholders of this country that went for the constitutional review 2010. We wanted county governments to create wealth, not become a source of eating areas. We want the county governments to create industries. How do we develop this country, Mr. Speaker? Two things. We increase in our agricultural production. And two, resuscitate our industry so that we build the industrial revolution in Kenya and then grow the agricultural revolution. Those are two things that can improve Kenya and build the economy of Kenya. I will ask you for time, Mr. Speaker, because I have something to share. Mr. Speaker, so this reality that we are facing, Mr. Speaker, is that very soon we may ask the county governments, whatever you raise, and even county governments that have actually been converted to cities. It is time that this house must have a conversation. If you have converted yourself to a city, you can as well run autonomously using your own revenue, like Nairobi, like Mombasa, and those others now can be able to survive. But again, that as...
Very well, good. No, order, Honorable Maclap. Good speak, but there are strong minds also on the list here. Honorable Karoli Omondi, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will try to be brief so that our other colleagues may have a bite at the sherry. Let me begin by saying that I think it is time that we relooked at our budget-making process. I think what the courts have told us consistently for the last 24 months is that we have got it wrong. And I think it is time, as a country and as a parliament, we really look at this and figure out how can we rework the legislative framework for budget making in this country so that we don't suffer the continuous embarrassment of having our finance bills declared unconstitutional twice successively. I think it is quite an indictment on Parliament as well as other arms of government. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the concept that both benefit and burden should be shared proportionately as a concept. But when I look at what is being presented here, several issues trouble my mind. One, I see that we are still using the projections contained in the financial year, the Finance Act of 2024-2025, which, as we all know, is dead and buried. Yet, we are basing the 15% calculation, or rather the projections, on that. That worries me. If you look at the way all these things are designed, the counties are actually operating on the last audited accounts of revenues received and approved by this House that are 24 months behind, I think, 2021, 2022. Yet the national government is operating on actuals that are current. So that in itself does not create equity and proportionality when you are sharing the revenues. Secondly, if you look at the way we are proposing that the revenues will be shared and money distributed, how can a county government plan? I think we were a bit quick to dismiss what Honorable Oundo was saying, but if you think about it, 15% is on most recent. In fact, the Constitution, for some reason, didn't say last audited. It said most recent. Most recent could be even 5 years. It simply means the last audited and the last approved by Parliament. Yeah, it could be any audited accounts. Yeah, and if 5 years ago you were raising 1.7 trillion, and last year you raised 2.6 or 2.3 like we did last year, and you're basing your 15% on 5 years ago, you can see the injustice that is being done to the counties. And I'm wondering whether it would be so difficult for the economists and the finance experts in this House to advise us how to share both the 15%, which we have no option about, because that 15% vests as a constitutional provision. So if it is calculated, we have no power to reduce it. We have to avail it to the county governments. But what Honorable Oundo was trying to say was that there's a portion which is based on projections, like what we have now. Now, for that, yes, there should be some equitable share if there's a shortfall. Yeah, but if the monies are never released to the counties on time and in the amounts that are envisaged, how can they plan for their development? I think there's a very fundamental question here that we need to discuss and see whether or not it is time to review both the provisions of Article 203 of the Constitution as well as the framework that we have for budget making, especially as they relate to revenue sharing, division of revenue, and disbursement of funds to the counties. Because if this continues, I can assure you, a very quick look at the current proposals in this particular bill, I can guarantee there'll be litigation. And going by recent precedent, we don't know how that will go. And my suggestion would be that this House sits down and relooks at the entire budget-making framework, and we get it right. I think we have good economists, we have good lawyers, we have good finance experts, we have good public sector experts. We need to relook at this process. Otherwise, we will keep going round in circles and never delivering on the promise of devolution. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Joseph Oyula is in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to also add my voice to this division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, this has come about because of the unfortunate situation we went through in the finance bill. Once the finance bill was rejected, that means that the revenue was going to drop by a certain margin. So the division of revenue, which had already been done, automatically was also to be affected. And that is why this proposed reduction has been brought before this House. Mr. Speaker, let's accept that this is a good work that has been done by the Budget Committee, because we cannot pretend that that revenue will be collected. It's one thing saying that we have revenue in the book, but the actual money may not come. So if you foresee that there will be no actual funds coming to the exchequer, then you definitely have to revise your budget accordingly. It is important to live within our means, and that's why this exercise is important, both to the country and to this House. Mr. Speaker, the arithmetic that has been done is also good. The Budget Committee has worked very hard to make sure that they reduce any complaints from any source. Mr. Speaker, this proposed division as reduced or as adjusted by the Budget Committee should be supported. And the county government should be asked, county government has enough sources of revenue. If they miss it from the exchequer, they should be able to raise more than enough from their locally generated revenue. It's only unfortunate that most county governments do not realize the importance of collecting revenue locally. They want to depend on what they get from the national government. Yet, if you compare the revenue they used to raise in the past during county councils, it was much more than what they are raising now. That's what they should be looking at to make sure that they do much better than the former local authority used to do. The sources of revenue are misdirected. Revenue is collected and banked in other accounts instead of going to the exchequer. So they should accept whatever decision comes from this House whatever reduction is proposed has been looked at very carefully by the Budget Committee. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need to accept this and approve this Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Japheth Nakundi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to support these amendments on the Division of Revenue Bill. This has come because of the austerity measures that we are undergoing as a country, and we know this has also come because of the rejection of the Finance Bill 2024. Initially, we had passed money that was supposed to go to the counties up to a tune of 400.1 billion, and I was lucky to be among those who sat in the mediation committee between the National Assembly and the Senate. We spent a lot of time to deliberate on this issue, and we increased the money going to the counties by approximately 15 billion. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are here again to reduce the amount going to the counties to a tune of almost 20 billion. This, Mr. Speaker, is not because we do not support devolution. It is because of what we are undergoing as a country. We support devolution because in one way or another, devolution has been able to work. Devolution has changed the lives of many. In some places, devolution has created employment opportunities and so many other things. But to me, difficult times call for difficult measures, and the difficult measure that we have to undergo is to reduce the amount of revenue that we are supposed, the amount that is going to counties. But we call upon the county governments to make sure that they enhance their systems so that they can be able to collect more in terms of revenue, because I think and believe that the county governments have not been able to use their mechanisms so that they can be able to collect more in their own source revenue. Lastly, as I speak, Mr. Speaker, as I support Mr. Speaker, we call upon the county government. The money that goes to the county government should be used in a proper manner, because most of these monies that are going to the county government, most of the roads, we are not seeing them being done. Most of the roads that we are seeing done are roads that are being done by KERA. Most of the ECD classes, you cannot even see these ECD classes compared to the money that we get as NGCDF is just a drop in the ocean. But you can see the projects that are being done by NGCDF all over the entire country. Projects that are being done by NGCDF are well seen, and people can see them. They are being done in a well and a proper manner compared to what we see in the county government. We know this money was to enhance the CHPs. This money was to go into building the hospitals, level 1, level 2, dispensaries, and level 3 hospitals. But we believe that the money that we are going to give them, they should reduce on the travel of MCS, they should reduce on the travel of employees, they should cut costs. The way the national government, from the judiciary, the executive, and Parliament have cut their budgets, they should also go back to the county, to the county governments, and the MCAs should reduce their expenditure, the ones they had intended to use this financial year, so that they are able to absorb what we are able to give them. And I call upon, Mr. Speaker, the Treasury to be able to release the money in time so that these projects can be able to be implemented. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the amendments on the division of revenue bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable James Nikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to actually support the division of revenue bill, which has come as a result of the circumstances we have just gone through. Mr. Speaker, it then gives us the opportunity to reflect on how we do our things, how to respond to the needs and the feelings of our people, so that next time we do not get ourselves into these circumstances. What we went through was not a surprise at all. It came along, we looked at it, we were told, but we went our own way, as if we elect ourselves to this house. Mr. Speaker, but this is justifiable. That having happened, we have to reduce the funds that we can give out. And in this case, to the counties, reduction is going to be about 20 billion. It's unavoidable at this time. But Mr. Speaker, it may also lead us to think that traditionally we do the budget, then we raise the money. Maybe we should start thinking, could we probably raise the money and see the money we can raise and then do the budget? That is just a thought. But whatever it is, the shortfall must be addressed. So, Speaker, I'll only raise a few things. The chair of budget raised an issue of when we have a shortfall or when you have a surplus, what should we do? Logic dictates that actually if there's a shortfall, it should actually be shared proportionately. Or if there's a surplus, it should be shared proportionately. However, Mr. Speaker, that should be under the assumption that all the money that we put in the books actually get released to the counties. Because right now, counties can tell you there are a lot of funds that they have not released that they expected. So if you're going to think of sharing the surplus and sharing the shortfall, we must also think, do we appropriately and adequately release the funds? So, Speaker, whenever we discuss the division of revenue bill, although this is just a revision, it always makes me think of, have we looked at our devolution in details? It's now over 10 years, but you still see issues that to some extent are linked to the structures of the devolution that we should have overcome by now. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the functions, up to today, we are still talking of, do we know what it cost to run the functions at the county? We had a transition authority that actually failed to do its job. Again, because of structure. The transition authority was actually placed in a ministry. Its counterpart, or that was administrative, but if you look at the legal aspect, which was the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution, that was a body, and actually all the laws were looked at. So that is something we should look at. It didn't happen, but I think it is something that we should now do. It has been talked about long enough. The other aspect of devolution that comes to mind is the functions. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the functions, generally, policies and standards are a function of the national government, while a lot of services are functions of the county governments. But you still have a lot of funds that actually remain at the national level, and you'd have thought that policies would take less money. That is because the devolution of functions are really not complete in my mind. If you look at health, for example, still a lot of functions that actually could be in the counties are with the national government. So that you find at the national level what is happening, whether it is health, whether it is water, whether it is agriculture, whether it is early childhood education, what the county government does is actually not linked to the policies that are actually done by the national government, which also just concerns itself with delivery, not just in the functions that are national, like education, security. But if you look at it carefully, it actually doubles into what would have been done at the county. And yet, the issue of policy and standards actually remains unaddressed because the national government is not doing that. The other issue that we probably look at is the budget process. If you look at it, by the time we're doing the budget policy statement, which is what gives up to the Division of Revenue Bill, you actually find that the National Assembly, which deals with that, knows very little of what the needs of the counties are. And every time we have actually had to go into negotiations, and every time they come from there, you say, now we understood what the county needs. It should not be at that time when we have disagreed that we are now understanding. And I've always thought that probably if IBEC took this matter seriously, together with the Commission of Revenue Allocation, by the time we are going, the needs of the county should actually be compiled and should even be available to the National Assembly to look through, and definitely to the Senate, so that you don't have a situation like even now when we are saying we have given above the constitutional requirement of 15%, you find that 75% of the money is still with the national government. So, Mr. Speaker, I think these are issues we should look at. We really need to look at what does IBEC do, what does the Commission of Revenue Allocation do, the information they have, how does it feed into the discussion during the division of revenue. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we also should now, as all the members have said, look seriously on the local revenue to be raised by the counties. I know they deal with it locally, but even when with the national government, by the time we are actually doing sharing, we know very clearly what they are going to raise as A in A. On the other hand, we have no idea what the counties are going to raise. So again, in that area, we are actually in the dark. So I think we should look at all this in our devolution. Maybe it is sometime to look at the Constitution again, particularly in relating to resources, so that we actually tidy that up together. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I do support this bill.
Very well, the Honorable Julius Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Division of Revenue Bill. This is a very important bill, Mr. Speaker, that actually appropriates revenue across all levels of government as per the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear, Honorable Speaker, on how revenue is supposed to be shared amongst the two levels of government, and on top of that, also on what we call the equitable share. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee and the members, having actually sat down at this particular time to really come up with Supplementary 1. Supplementary 1 is essentially the appropriation bill that we lost as a result of the cancellation of the Finance Bill 2024 for 2025. Honorable Speaker, the Chair Budget and the Budget Committee members actually have gone through to ensure that what was actually dropped was occasioned by the dropping of the finance bill is actually legalized through this appropriation bill. And in effect, they even went down to ensure that the laws or the Constitution is followed, that what we are sharing with counties is what we have. Two, they even went to look into non-core areas that are not essential. That is why non-core areas have actually been cut down in this particular budget. Honorable Speaker, and I want to laud what the other honorable members have just said, that this appropriation bill is a bill that comes at a time, is a bill that tries to put in place how this House can now live within our means, cut expenditures within the county governments, look at areas within the national government, that is the legislature, issues of non-essential travels, non-essential expenditures, even within the judiciary, even within the executive. It is in this bill that I've seen the presidency has lost a lot, even in as part of this part of the bill. But one thing I want to ask the Chair Budget and the Budget Committee to really look at how best can we incentivize other areas of the economy so that we can still raise more revenue, even without increasing taxes. We have areas where we can actually talk about and really make sure that as we move forward, we need to ask the KRA to really tell us which areas can we actually look into. What can we do to those large revenue raising areas, those large taxpayers, so that we can expand the base, so that we can make sure that as much as we have not raised taxes the way the Kenyans said, we have been able to incentivize some of the companies, some of the large taxpayers to make sure that we raise more revenue. County governments need to also go the same direction, Honorable Speaker, especially in reducing expenditure on non-core areas. Issues of travels, issues of which are not essential, and make sure that the small businesses, the small SMEs are actually made to grow across counties. Large counties that can be able to raise revenue, like Eldoret Town, was Kisumu, Mombasa, Nairobi. Those county governments need to sit down and look on how best businesses can grow in those towns and therefore raise their own revenue, apart from relying on the national government. Honorable Speaker, as it was rightly put by the chair of the Budget Committee, this division of revenue relies on the last audited accounts. And I want to commend them because as we speak, as per the last audited accounts, they have managed to give 24%. And I think Honorable Makali Mulu, who is an authority in this field, has actually said the same, that as much as we are looking at the last audited accounts, we also need to go back and evaluate on the performances of all the remittances that we gave to counties and national government as part of auditing, to know which areas are going to yield more in terms of investment. And I want to go specifically to the issues that is affecting maybe the education sector and even other sectors that are actually very important for this country. As much as education is a service provider, it is very essential to have a well-educated civil service, a well-educated population. It will even be very easy to interpret government policies. It will even be very easy to understand government programs. And when the government is implementing a particular program, when they are very educated, then it will not be difficult to even run government programs and policies, even down into the rural areas. Even the implementing officers, like the chiefs, like the county government officials, the ward reps, and everyone else. So by investing in these sectors, we are actually doing ourselves a great service. But the other issue that I really want us to really look as a house is that as much as we give a lot of money to county governments, how effective is that particular money used? And what is the effect of the money sent to counties vis-a-vis other forms of funding? Honorable Speaker, we have the Constituent Development Fund. It's a very small fund. And I want to ask the Budget and Appropriation Committee and even the Ministry of Planning and National Development to look at the impact of each and every coin that is sent down. County governments have been in existence for around 10 years. It is time we review them and look at how effective are the funds we are giving them so that we can spur development, we can spur growth, so that we can actually grow the economy. We cannot continuously rely on the national government, Mr. Speaker, to only be the only source of raising revenue. It will reach a time where what the national government raises cannot be able to run both the 47 governments in counties and the national government entity. Two, let's also look at every function that has been devolved. We really cost it. So that when we are actually saying we are sending money for drugs to counties, for health, are we sending the adequate amount of money? So that we have drugs in those hospitals. We have enough money for roads. We have enough money for water and the likes. And if those monies are not enough, how efficient and effective is the county government structure in making sure that this money is remitted and they are effective on the ground? I have gone across the county constituency in this country, and you realize, Mr. Speaker, that the Constituency Development Fund can easily be seen in terms of schools development, in terms of infrastructure on what the Constituency Fund has been mandated to do, even the construction of police stations, even the construction of roads, because KERA, though it is not a function of the NGCDF, is actually sent through the Constituency Roads Committee. So in effect, what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that it is important that let's make the county government lean. Let's make it more effective. Let's make it to make sure that it is not, all the money is not lost in bureaucracy. It is not lost in paying salaries. It is not lost in running errands. But let more than 40% of the funds reach the common man. And it shall be seen in services, it shall be seen in all manner of work that is done. Lastly, it is on the issue of equalization funds, or what we call the revenue that we send to counties through the Division of Revenue Bill. I want these monies to actually be sent on time. And I want to ask the National Treasury, as much as we are budgeting what we have, let's make sure that any funds that we are supposed to transmit to counties be taken there on time so that the wananchi have a feel that good work is done. With that, I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Nyango Oyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the consideration. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to support the bill of amendment bill of division revenue, which has been very well and ably canvassed and articulated by the very able chairman of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, in this House. Honorable Speaker, I want to support by saying that we are very happy that the government has done all to make sure that changes are made to enable it to meet the aspiration of our budget, which move that has necessitated various cuts in various essential services. Honorable Speaker, my main reason for supporting this is the government needs to do service to its citizenry. And so far, the government is on course, and several programs are taking place, but I'm afraid that many programs are going to be affected by the various cuts. I'm afraid that while the committee or the government through the budgetary committee has made remarkable cuts in various essential services. The services by the government ministry and local government do not prove that we are in a delicate position. The problems that Kenyans have, or we have against Gen Z, is perception. We are cutting the budget in order to enable us meet certain aspirations. And I'm happy that we have made a lot of sacrifices, including my parliament, including the CDF has had to lose a certain big portion of what the allocation they had. But because judgment to a lot of extent in leadership and politics is through perception, the government, through the local government and the national government, has not demonstrated that we are in dangerous zone, that the economy is awkward, it's not supporting our aspiration. Mr. Speaker, the county governments used to be standalone governments. They were collecting revenue, they were executing various public aspirations. They were building schools, they were building hospitals, they were doing the roads. Nairobi County was a government on its own, standalone government. And they were doing a lot of services to meet the aspirations of the residents of Nairobi. Kisumu the same, Eldoret the same, and many others. But since devolution, the work of the county government, all the revenues that are collected by these county governments have not disappeared, they have sublimed. And what they are doing is all the times making noise about the release of the government, of the checker from the government quarter. And there's no demonstration on the ground that even after they have collected, or even after the government has released their part of the bill, that they are doing something for the people. All that you see that embitter the local people is the flamboyance of the political class in the county government. You see the governors being driven, chauffeur-driven in many vehicles, with many people with titles that don't matter, we don't need at this point in time. And this must be corrected. There are rumors of those top people in the government looting lots of money, and there are indications you can be shown, even in Dubai or even in Kenya, serious developments that belong to the top leadership of the county government. And I'm wondering whether this body called EACC was quietly disbanded, or somebody has asked them to go for break until the day that he will be recalled. And as if that is not enough, you come to the national government. The president dissolved the cabinet because they were not performing. And the cabinet were not performing alone. There is a ministry which is run by a technical person called principal secretary. Then there is the image of the government, the cabinet secretary. I'm sorry that we are soon going to pass to this house the various appointees to various cabinet secretaries. The offices they are going to occupy were fabulously done the other day. But once they have been approved by this house, you go and check the offices they are going to take, what fabulous developments are going to be done, as if they have never been done before. And as if that is not enough. Look at the cabinet secretary when he has left his office and is going home. The escort routine that he has, fuel guzzlers that are taking money, security officers who are supposed to be guarding the security Kenya's trouble points. They are all there. And since they were dissolved, I have not had any incident where a cabinet secretary who used to be escorted by 2 vehicles has been hijacked or has been harassed. This must stop. The government must demonstrate that we are serious. I will demonstrate to you my experience of yesterday of a principal secretary in a controversial agriculture ministry. You, Dr. Paul Rohn, who was mentioned with Linturi in the fertilizer scandal. And I'm happy that in his wisdom, the president has already done away with the Honorable Linturi, and I believe this one should also be left. He was purportedly visiting my constituency, the Sugar Belt, which we co-own with my colleague Meli yesterday. And he said it was technical reasons. While I believe the principal secretary is not involved in politics, he came in full guzzlers, the undersecretaries, the directors, and came to the constituency. And everything came to a standstill. Work was not going on. Farmers were called to a corner. They waited between 9 and 6 when he saw them for only 10 minutes. And he had no value addition to his visit. But the type of the money that was spent, and he expected us leaders to wait, to take time and go and receive him, because me and Meli, we had received the intelligence that was coming at the behest of a local sugar company, which is entangled with the public with land fraud. So we could not waste time to go and receive him. And you, the kind of flamboyance, the kind of expenditure that you find public officer spending, giving, the image is giving to the people. That is what is giving the government and our political parties bad image. We want to cut the meat where it hurts. And where it hurts, we have already sacrificed. Even Parliament, we have sacrificed ours. Everywhere has been, but the government needs to be very serious. Our organs like EACC need to be very serious and spare nobody. The government appointees must behave and stop this excessive flamboyance and behave as if we are going through austerity period. And I believe that while we will support this bill, we want His Excellency to be very tough and very strict, maintain a lean government, and put proper measures for making sure that there's no further wastage in the government, and also by the appointees. Thank you very much. I support.
Is the Honorable John Waidaka, Kiambu, in the House? Give Honorable Waidaka the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time to voice my support, to support the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, number 38 of 2024. And before I start, I would like to commend the Chairman of Budget for doing a very commendable job under very, very difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyans rejected the 2024 finance bill, and for this reason, the government is in a very difficult situation. And Mr. Speaker, this means that both the national government and county governments must share the burden of reduction of revenue as required by Article 218 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, Article 209 and 210 of our Constitution gives county governments authority to collect revenue. It's therefore, Mr. Speaker, for county governments to understand the situation in the country and put proper measures to raise own revenues so that services like healthcare and other services that are provided by the county government will not come to a stop. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2022-2023, county governments fell well short of their revenue collecting targets. For example, Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi, out of a projected 17.5 billion in revenue collection, Nairobi County was only able to raise 10.2 billion. In Mombasa, out of a target of 5 billion, Mombasa was only able to raise 3.9 billion. In Kiambu, where I come from, out of a target of 3.4 billion, they were able to raise 2.4 billion. In Narok, 4.2 billion was the target, only 3.1 was raised. And in Nakuru, out of a target of 2.3, only 1.6 was raised. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the county governments are falling way short of their projected targets. So from this, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the county governments to come up with clear policies where they'll be able to raise money by themselves, to embrace technology, and have better systems that will assist them in collecting revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'm told of a story by my late father, or rather I was told a story by my late father, whereby the Nairobi County used to loan, in the 60s, used to loan other governments, foreign governments, money because of the efficiency of how they used to collect money. One of the problems that faces our county government, Mr. Speaker, is they do not know where their tax collectors are, or people who are supposed to pay taxes. For example, Mr. Speaker, I have brought up a bill that was approved by the Budget Committee to have an address system in the country whereby the county government would know where all the taxpayers are as per using an address system to identify all the necessary people who are supposed to pay tax. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill so that we are able to address, mitigate this issue whereby, because now that the government does not have enough money, also county governments will also have to reduce their allocation, or their allocation will be reduced, so that we'll have an equitable solution to our problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you very much for using fewer minutes. I want to ask future speakers to do the same, because it has also, most of the things have been ventilated. Let's have the Honorable Esther Pasari speak on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the revision of division of revenue sharing. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Committee of Budget for doing all the work that they've done. And, you know, we've all been mentioning, we've had some unprecedented historical issues that have happened in our country with the Gen Z protests. And, you know, it's brought us to this point where we have to come back and look at our revenue based on the fact that we will not be having the Finance Bill 2024. But I want to take this opportunity to mention a few of the people that lost their lives during these protests. There was Rex Masai, Evans Kiratu, Eric Shieni, David Chege, Bisley Kamau, Ibrahim Kamau, Kennedy Onyango, Abdi Kadir, Charles Ngere, Ikebath Mukei. These are just 10 names of the people that lost their lives. Lest we forget that the reason that we are talking about this today is because the country reached a point where our children rose up and said, enough is enough. And why did they say enough is enough? It's because they can see that the country was not going in the right direction. We, as representatives of the people, failed to actually do the job that we were elected to do. All three arms of government failed the people of Kenya. And because we failed the people of Kenya, we're here discussing the budget. Now, the budget that we have to ask ourselves some really hard questions. Questions because I can see, I recently saw the strike notices coming out left, right, and center. Everybody wants collective bargaining agreements that were agreed, honored. People want jobs that were promised, people hired. We have shortages of teachers, we have shortages of medics, we have people who are past retirement age still in government. We have to really start cleaning up. And cleaning up, if we can't do it ourselves, what we had with the Gen Z revolution or protest recently was like a tremor. The earthquake is what we should avoid. And we can avoid it if we actually listen and act on everything that they're saying. Because you know what? These are not strangers coming to tell us how to run our country. These are not strangers telling us that there's a lot of waste. These are not strangers telling us there's a lot of theft and a lot of corruption. These are our children. These are Kenyans. These are people that the Constitution swore to protect. But then when I come to think about it, I also feel sometimes that maybe we need to really sit down and revisit this Constitution. You know, do we really need 47 counties? Did we actually start this exorbitant expenditure when we passed our Constitution, where we decided to have so many counties? I mean, I was trying to draw a parallel with California. California is got the population of Kenya and has 150 elected representatives versus our 2,000. California has a GDP of probably the entire continent of Africa. And here in Kenya, we, right now, when we think about it, we are, I think, overrepresented. California has CEOs running the various state boroughs that they have within their state. So I think we really need to look at, and we need to do it quickly. We need to look at, one, are our laws adequate when it comes to fighting corruption? Because the former president said we're losing 2 billion a day, which comes to about 700 billion. We definitely need money to be able to get this country right. And if we actually deal with corruption, we should be able to do this. But are we putting money into dealing with corruption? Are we putting the legislation and the structures in place to deal with corruption? Because if we are not, then we're going to have a problem. I saw some videos running around on social media after we did the vetting, and so many people questioning the wealth of many of the people that we're vetting. I too wonder, how do people make that kind of money? Because I've had businesses that have collapsed, businesses that have done well, and I don't have that kind of wealth, and I don't want that kind of wealth. Because at the end of the day, it's ridiculous for one person to be worth so much, and the only job that they've ever had is a public servant. You know, I think it's like egg on the face of the people that have elected us to do the work. When we look at the basic the sharing of the monies that we give to the counties, we have the basic share of 20%, population 18%, health at 17%, poverty levels at 14%, agriculture at 10%, roads at 8%, lands at 8%, and urban at 5%. I have a feeling that when we come up with 7.8 in equalization, are we asking ourselves whether the money we've already given them is actually had an impact on poverty alleviation? Devolution was supposed to sort that. Some of the counties that are so poor that children are still studying under the trees have been given billions of shillings since we started with devolution. So we obviously have a problem, and yet the governors that have left those counties are billionaires today, shamefully. So I feel that while we're looking at the revenue sharing, while we're looking at the monies at the various to all the government and the three arms of government, I think the most important thing that we have to look at is pending bills. I mean, we should have, as a government and counties, you know, we've actually impoverished a lot of Kenyans. We've taken services from Kenyans and we've not paid them. And we're not even providing. We keep having committee after committee. And these are Kenyans who've actually employed people, borrowed money from banks that have actually now, some of them are committing suicide, some of them are actually having serious mental health issues. We have to be a country that cares. And for us to be a country that cares, we actually have to have a holistic approach. So I really pray and hope that somehow the three arms of government will sit down together and actually have a conversation about where we went wrong, what are we doing right, and then directing us to ensure that we do right. I know we want to say that we're independent, right? But we're all dependent on each other. And that interdependence means we have to have a conversation. And that conversation is, are we going to allow the tremors that we felt with the Gen Z protest become an earthquake that engulfs all of us? Or are we going to deal with it that we never have a tremor again because we did the right thing? History will judge us. The 2024 finance bill is a gap and a void in our history. But there are deaths. There are people that died. There are businesses that were looted. There are people that have suffered irreparable damage. Loss of life can never be replaced. If this country doesn't change, then it was in vain. So we have to make sure that history does not judge us harshly. The 13th Parliament has got a big job to do, and it's not just about bringing budgets and bringing appropriation bills and division of revenue bills. It's about getting it right. It's about listening and acting on everything that the Gen Zs have put on the table. Every single day, I see them doing a better job than EACC in telling us how the counties are actually stealing money. They're going to continue doing that on a daily basis. They're going to expose everything. No one is actually going to do anything anymore in this country that will not be exposed. So let's change our direction. Let's change the direction to the dreams of our forefathers when they coined the national anthem, when they actually fought for our independence. Because what we have done is we have taken that independence and thrown this country to the dogs. Let us bring Kenya back its lost glory, and that requires us being serious. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate, as I congratulate the committee for the great work they have done. Some few weeks or months ago, we passed our finance bill, after which many things have happened, and Kenya has gone through things as a result of rejection of that finance bill. Our dream was the finance bill will go through and that this government will be able to achieve all its goals and also empower the people in different ways. Our dream was to bring that transformative agenda and effectively work on it. Unfortunately, it did not work, and John Stott in one of his books said that the world is suffering because we lack a listening ear. And many honorable members have said that we have failed in a way, but the truth of the matter is, yes, that has come, and what the country has gone through has served as a wake-up call. And that is why today we are here to support this Division of Revenue Amendment Bill that will guide us on how we'll be sharing the revenue. Honorable Speaker, just to touch on devolution, with the coming of devolution, many of marginalized areas, many counties have seen the light of the day, have benefited, and devolution in different ways have empowered people, have brought development, and people have experienced some growth. Unfortunately, we also have some negative happenings as a result of devolution, but if you look at the positive, the growth that many counties or many areas have gone through is from the time that we have put into consideration devolution. If we want to use our resources effectively and efficiently, we must be good stewards. Honorable Speaker, what happened into our country, what happened to us, was not good. And internationally, it has brought us down. It has had some negative impact. And as a result of that, we are now experiencing budget cuts that affects every area. And as we do that, we need to just make sure that every county needs to be more responsible, more accountable. The CEOs, the governors in place, we have a lot of gaps. We have a lot of corruption going on. And that is why we need to do proper audit so that the issue of ghost workers, we will get rid of that. The issue of corruption, the issue of nepotism, and other things that are highly practiced in all parts of this country will be reduced so that we make good use of the resources that God has given us. Honorable Speaker, in the budget that we passed, promotion of local manufacturers, we wanted to increase our own wealth. We wanted to increase export, and then reduce import so that we can create our own wealth. But unfortunately, that has not happened. And that is why today I support this bill so that we encourage ourselves to live within our means and use the resources. I want to congratulate the members of Parliament for denying ourselves. I was in 12th Parliament. We had more opportunities. We traveled a lot. We had good things. But today, it is totally different. With all that, we need to know the negative impact of the finance bill that we did not pass. That means minimal development. That means employment will be reduced. That means the monies that goes into the ministries will be reduced. And we need to just tighten our belts because it will be tough and rough. But we know that one day we will be out of this. I want to reduce and give maybe remaining time to others, but I stand to support. When the going gets tough, only the tough can get going. So let us be positive and make sure that we use our resources wisely. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Kambalu, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the report. First, I want to say I want to support the report on the consideration of the Division of the Revenue Amendment Bill 2024 and thank the chairperson of the committee on having a listening ear. Mr. Speaker, we know why we are here, and I want to borrow the foreword of the chairperson. That is because of the failure to enact of the Finance Bill 2024 into law, the Appropriation Act 2024, the Treasury was directed to prepare a revised budget for the financial year 2024-2025, of course, to reduce the expenditure by the amount of revenue that is expected to be generated by the Finance Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, the import of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chair who has put with his team, who has put the report very well. The import of the purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is to amend the Revenue Act 2024 to provide for the equitable sharing of the revenue raised nationally between the national and the county governments. And of course, taking into consideration the downward revision of the projected online revenue collection. The bill is seeking to amend Section 5 of the Act, and of course, deleting and replacing of the Schedule number 5 of 2024 as contained in the Act. Mr. Speaker, with this, the committee has gone ahead to propose the changes, the amendments, as we said, and the rationale, especially Section 5.1, which the actual national revenue of the financial year falls short. They have proposed the amendment, and the rationale is to provide for a revenue collection shortfall to be borne by the county government and the national government. Mr. Speaker, in subclause 5.1a, the committee is proposing to insert a new subclause, of course, immediately after 5.1, saying, notwithstanding the generality of the subsection 1, the proportion of the shortfall will be borne by the county government shall not exceed 15% of that shortfall. Mr. Speaker, this is within the Constitution, and this being the minimum, and the rationale of the proposal is to safeguard the proportion that is within the Constitution. In the event of the shortfall, it should be borne by the two county governments, but appreciating the Constitution, which we know the minimum is 15%. In the event of the deletion and replacement of Schedule number 5 of 2024, within the Principal Act, by deleting the schedule and substituting thereof the following new schedule, the rationale, of course, being brought up by the committee is to provide for the deletion of the schedule in the Act and replacing with a new schedule. Mr. Speaker, the division or the allocation on the sharing of the revenue within the county governments and the national government has been outlined very well by the committee through the leadership of the chair, that we having the total share revenue of 2 trillion, Mr. Speaker, we have been given on how the national government, the amount that will be received by the national government, what will go to the county government, and also what will go to the equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a learning process, and a few things we must look at, and I think as a parliament. Number one, we must see how we can revisit or look at the budget-making process so that we don't find ourselves here. Lesson number two, Mr. Speaker, we must also have a listening here. This was brought, we were here passing the finance bill 2024, and we know what happened after that, Mr. Speaker. So much happened to the country. Some of us were on this side saying and chanting, no, we rejected. We had listened to the people. We had done public participation of our own as representatives of the people, and we knew what the people want. And being also under the position, we were so sure what the bill was being passed was not what the people of Kenya or the Kenyans wanted. And that's how we saw the young generation, the Gen Zs, coming out and trying to express themselves. We want to thank the committee. We want to thank the president for not assenting to the bill, and also the committee for revisiting the bill. And that's why we are here now debating and also saying we are supporting. But as much as we support, Mr. Speaker, we want to say that we need to see prudent use of the resources, Mr. Speaker. I and the chair have sat in the last parliament in the Public Accounts Committee, and we could see the gaps in the expenditure of the funds that have been allocated to the different ministries. And so we want to say, even at the national government, when these funds are being allocated to those ministries, we want to see prudence use. Mr. Speaker, also, as we raise money from our Kenyans, we need to reduce reduction. I mean, we need to reduce corruption. Mr. Makali, who is ahead of me, we were in this parliament in 2013 with you, and I'm sure you want to contribute. I want to give you 4 minutes. Kenyans are watching. We must listen to Kenyans, even as we prepare our budgets. And so, Mr. Speaker, I know since it will go to the Senate, I am sure they will look at it, and knowing these functions are devolved, others are from the national government. All of us as representatives of the people, we know how much when we get these funds, for example, the NGCDF, all the projects that are in the NGCDF, they are just being visible. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support and I thank you.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Wanjikumuya.
I'm starting on standing order number 95. Honorable Speaker, considering many issues on counties, corruption, size of government have been very well debated in this House, and indicating that the members know the answers and the solutions to the budget of this country, I beg that you call the mover to reply.
Very well, a member has risen from his place, and on standing order number 95, is it the mood in the House that the mover be called upon to reply? Will as many of their opinion say aye? Will as many of their opinion say nay? The ayes have it. However, I want to communicate that as the mover replies, if you have any iota of time, you can give some of the members like Makali Mulu. Unfortunately, the Honorable Sigei was here. It's okay, so proceed and reply. Give the chair the mic.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would have done exactly as you directed, but checking the standing order when you raised order 95, I don't think it's possible for me to donate time. Otherwise, I would have generously Would have loved to hear the contribution from Honorable Makari Mulu, of course from Ambassador Sigei, from the women rep, my sister from Wajir County, from Honorable Muruidhania, Ridikri, member for Bore, and of course my friend from Karachuonyo, the member of parliament for Karachuonyo. I know they are very good contributors to this house in terms of debate, including Honorable Naomi Wako. It's only that procedurally I couldn't have done it, but I'm sure I'll benefit a lot from the interaction even as we move to the Committee of the Main House tomorrow. I want to thank all members for staying up too late to debate this motion and bill. And Honorable Speaker, I am sure that the members will also turn up tomorrow so that they can get some time as we go to the committee. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well. I think the putting of the question for this particular bill will be done tomorrow. And therefore, I want to thank the honorable members who've sat the entire afternoon and the ones who have been mentioned by both the chair of budget and even including the Honorable Gimose, who was very ready to make a contribution on this. And they will have a chance to participate on this process in tomorrow's committee of the whole House. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms.
Mover. Is the mover in the house? Honorable Wako, leadership, speak on that. Well, we defer the matter to the next sitting.
Order number 12, motion, inspection, visit to semi-autonomous institution of the East African community in Uganda.
Is the mover in the house?
Yes, I am, Honorable Speaker, and I was really ready to move and debate this with several members, but I will try within the constraint of time. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Regional Integration do visit the institutions within East Africa, and every time they visit, they tend to find out.
Honorable Moya, please move the motion as it is on the order paper.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of report on the inspection visit to semi-autonomous institution of East African Community in Uganda from 9th to 16th September 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th November 2023. I beg to move. So, Honorable Speaker, as I indicated, Committee of Regional Integration do visit several institutions within the Central and Northern Corridor, mainly to familiarize themselves with what is happening within our community, as it is termed as the fastest growing economic bloc. And in this particular case, the honorable members who visited this, like any other institution, have found two major challenges in this institution. Mainly one, the lack of staffs, and this is now becoming a very popular song in all institutions. Two, the lack of finances. And Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we are trying to think loud and even interacting with the IALA and other committees of regional integration to see if we can have an alternative funding mechanism for East Africa, because the remittance policy is no longer tenable. Honorable Speaker, we are in the process of amending the treaty, and the treaty has been there for a while, and one of the key issue that as a National Assembly from Kenya we want to deliberate on is on funding mechanism. Honorable Speaker, we know that the remittance goes by the possibility of each country and capability. And time and again, we have countries which has very low GDP, and they go for years without any remittance, meaning the community is held by 2 or 3 countries which religiously do contribute. This has posed a risk or danger to the growth of the community, because at the end of the day, what is aimed to be achieved, be it the free market, free movement of people and goods, is not achieved even if the institutions are there, because the same institutions lack staffs and technocrats and any other avenue that can assist the community. Honorable Speaker, as the members were transversing in Uganda, they also had an interaction with the honorable members from